difference between what the former president is doing and what the current president is doing, accusing President Biden of hiding for the last week. Now, while Biden prepares through mock debates at Camp David, Trump has been out on the campaign trail.
Fox's Jeff Paul near the Trump estate in Palm Beach, Florida. The Supreme Court may issue with the Trump immunity ruling this morning or tomorrow. The former president's claim he should be immune from prosecution for acts taken while in office. Among the other cases the court will decide as justices finish this term, a challenge to Idaho's abortion law and an attempt to allow emergency abortions to protect a mother's health. A leaked document the court briefly and inadvertently posted online.
It appears to show that the court will not actually rule on the merits of the case, but send it back to a lower court for now. Now, big if, that winds up mirroring the actual opinion, it avoids a ruling on a major hot topic in an election year, but gives the Biden administration a temporary win on procedural grounds because it will broaden access to emergency abortion, at least in the short term.
Fox's Shannon Bream, an attempted coup in South America.
Armored vehicles rammed the gates of Bolivia's presidential palace and soldiers stormed inside. Hours later, however, each one withdrew and their leader was in custody.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. Bolivia's president also installed new leaders of the Army, the Navy, the Air Force. North Korea is claiming to have successfully launched a new multi-warhead missile that separates after launch. But South Korea disputes that, calling it a false claim by North Korea to cover up a failed launch of a missile that exploded. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey guys, Donald Trump Jr. here. Let me ask you this. Does inflation feel worse than what we're being told in the news? That's because the official inflation rate doesn't tell the whole story. Since January 2021, the cost of living has increased by 17.9%. You can't get that money back. But what you can do is stop your losses today. How? By diversifying your savings into a gold IRA from my friends at Birch Gold Group. When you're done, your money will be parked in a tangible asset with a proven history. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word PROTECT to 989898. I trust Birch Gold. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax advantaged status. So text PROTECT to 989898. That's PROTECT to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. It is Thursday, and I feel like we should be playing, instead of our intro music today, I think we should be playing Europe, the Final Countdown.
All right. It's a big day.
It is. Final countdown to the debate that you can hear live on Extra 106.3 tonight from downtown Atlanta.
I can't imagine what you're going to do to get yourself ready, because I like to look
Take a nap.
at both of you guys. Exactly. There's going to be a nap involved because a 9 o'clock start time and 90 minutes, again, it's going to fly. Ooh. All right?
Yeah.
But I would imagine much of our audience is going to be watching this, and let's face it, we are going to have to prep accordingly in order to make sure that we make it through it, because by 10 o'clock, I'm pretty much at the end.
Yeah, I'm done. Me too. And last night, I was out super, super late. It was my son's birthday.
10:30?
No, I got home at 12:30.
Oh,
midnight.
Whoa.
Midnight 30.
That's this morning. Okay.
Yes, this morning. Exactly, Ronnie. Exactly right. No, they had a doubleheader. The team that they played in is from Alabama.
Is this Wood Bat League?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And so they played a doubleheader, and so, we got home about midnight, and I was in bed about 12:30, and so I'm dragging tail this morning, me and intern Andrew both.
Oh, man.
His is different.
Well, he went to the draft party with the Hawks.
Down at State Farm Arena.
Yeah.
Which, how was it down there, Andrew?
It was awesome. There was so many people. They had like a mini concert before.
Who played? Anybody good?
2 Chainz came out, and then Jeezy came out too.
Okay.
So that was
I
cool.
saw they had 2 Chainz out there.
Wow. Yeah, that's
cool.
Pretty big names.
But yeah,
man.
there's a ton of people. It was awesome.
I don't know any of their songs, but wow.
Yeah, I think the kids do though.
Yeah,
I've
heard their names, so they're obviously big enough to where I know who they are.
Sure. Exactly, and I couldn't tell you.
I mean, you got to be pretty special when you're 2 Chainz that you're a solo person.
Yeah.
That's
Can
right.
you wear
like 3 tugs?
Can you wear 3 chains like on a day if you're like, hey, I really like this 3rd chain, or no?
Yeah.
How? His name's 2 Chainz.
How?
I don't think there's like a
That ruins the whole thing for me.
I don't think it's like a
There are
strict,
rules involved.
I don't even like. There has to be somewhere where the name came from. Intern Andrew, if you could research that, maybe where teacher.
I mean, if Tug was like 3 shoes, but he was only wearing 2.
Yeah, I mean, it would throw you off. I understand why it would throw you off, but I don't think
live on a throne of lies.
That's right.
I see 3 chains and 2 shoes.
That's exactly
But
right.
12:30. I mean,
yeah,
that's,
man, I'm beat down this morning.
I did watch the NBA draft and Hawks.
Good luck pronouncing that dude's name.
Oh, okay. So
I got it.
We're gonna leave.
I wrote it down in phonetics.
We're going to leave this
Reza
to Rhino.
Shea.
He's got it. Reza Shea.
Reza Shea.
Yeah.
Now
What's
it's
the first
easy
name?
when it's Zach.
Right. Zachary.
It's Zachary.
Reza Shea.
Reza Shea.
Man, I gotta tell you, that's the wimpiest name I've ever heard in my life.
Reza Shea.
Well, I don't know if you saw this.
He's French.
And considering that that you were doing what you were doing, so you ended up having 3 Frenchmen drafted in like the top 7 picks.
Yeah.
And last year, the number 1 overall pick with Victor Wembanyama was another Frenchman.
Yeah.
That's like becoming the
Jeez.
best league in the world outside of the NBA.
Yeah, seems like it.
And you know what? I was just going to say, it's a lot easier to say Reza Shea than Wembanyama.
Oh, yeah, Wembanyama.
Yeah, Wembanyama.
Victor Wembanyama.
Wembanyama.
Yeah,
That's
Reza
too much.
Shea sounds pretty smooth.
That's
Yeah.
like Tua.
Yeah, to a Tungavaloa.
Not hot Tua, but just Tua Tungavaloa.
Yeah, that's right. Not hot to her. Although that girl's selling merch now.
Yeah,
which
well,
is smart. because
why
it's-
not?
Yeah, I mean, her 15 seconds of fame.
I wish I
Have
said
you seen
something
Hot Tua?
disgusting.
Yeah,
like that.
why not?
Yeah.
I was going to say, hey, listen, if you want to share your breasts, your outstanding breasts during an NHL game, okay. Awesome.
Oh, is that the same girl?
I believe
Oh,
so.
no, different girl.
No, I
is
didn't
it a
think
different
so.
one
Okay,
then?
yeah.
Now they should get together and do a video.
Yeah, the Hot Tua girl is the one that's just spit on that thing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, but yeah.
I still don't know what she's talking about.
Oh, I know. Well, we'll have somebody.
My
explain it to me.
ignorance is bliss.
We'll have somebody explain it at some point, I'm sure. But
Debate
yeah.
night.
Yeah, debate night. Yeah. Back to the final countdown.
Gonna need a nap.
Yeah, it's gonna need a nap to prepare for this. But
Well, what about Copa America, too?
my son bought his own ticket.
Really?
He's going down again because he went.
He's
He went to
nuts
the
to go down there tonight.
I thought so too. He went to the Argentina. Who'd they play? Canada, maybe? Does that sound right? Yeah. So they went down there for that game, and he said it was the best experience that he's ever had. And then he was like, aside from an SEC championship, the Georgia won.
Okay.
Like that, it's number
The
2.
energy and the
yeah,
fun
he was
that
like,
it
it
is.
was unbelievable.
You know why young people love it so much? Because a soccer match is 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it.
That's
It's
it.
2 hours. And so they're able to basically still plan out their entire evening. You get to a match at 7 o'clock match, you know, I could be at the bar with the ladies by 9:30.
How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, so he bought his tickets with his own money. I mean, I give him
I don't
credit for
get
that.
it. I mean, I get soccer. I know how it's played. I don't enjoy it. I get the excitement when the Dome or the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, whatever you want to call it now, is full and there's such passion behind it. Like, soccer is such a passionate sport. I don't get it because it's the only sport I know that can end after 90 minutes with nothing happening.
Yeah.
But otherwise, like, I get the excitement about it, but we'll see a lot of people coming in from out of town for that, as well as 9 o'clock the debate. So you got the game at 6, President Biden, President Trump, both coming in, one to Hartsfield, the other one to Dobbins, both different directions to the city.
blocking
Get
everything.
out of town, people.
my.
Avoid town.
They took Marta down for the Argentina game and had no problems, but the other stuff wasn't going on. So,
Well, there's no audience, at least, for the presidential debate.
Yeah, I'm thinking they're going to be all right with Marta.
Yeah.
That's just my initial
They're
reaction.
not closing Marta down.
Yeah, no, of course not.
Although they did close 5 points, so that's a problem. But that's a transfer station anyway, so they'll be okay.
Yeah, we'll see how it all shakes out. But
Look,
yeah.
we're either this city will either look amazing tonight or it'll look like snowpocalypse. One or two nationally. We're either going to do this right or Mayor Dinkins and everybody are going to look like complete idiots.
I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, but when you get to about 7:30, 8 o'clock in the evening, and when you start tweeting out about how horrible traffic is, just understand why.
yeah,
Yeah.
man,
That's what happens every single time this sort of stuff occurs.
and nothing is worse than getting stuck behind like a bad wreck or something. And yesterday on the way home, I got stuck behind by the time I was sat in traffic, Georgia 400 northbound for 30 minutes.
Oh no.
I mean, barely moving. And apparently when you get up there, you see, I don't know what happened to the car, but it was completely torched. I mean, it was completely burned.
The second one. There was one on 75 too yesterday. Completely burned out. That's weird.
Yeah, man. And there's, 2 or 3 fire trucks, 2 or 3 ambulances, a dozen cop cars. I mean, it was crazy.
What a mess. Yeah, because they're going to shut the whole...
Yeah.
Whenever there's a death involved or a big fire like that, they shut the entire 5 lanes of those roads down. I think Georgia 400 at that point is only like 3 or 4 lanes at that point, right? Where that was, or maybe even down to 2.
Yeah, no, it's definitely... I think it's probably 4.
It's still 4, yeah. But they got to shut down all 4, and what a mess that becomes because there's no other way to get around. There's no other way to get up without everybody. Oh, it's such a mess. Yeah, that's weird because 75, as I got on yesterday in that 5-line part, there was a car. I mean, it was black. You couldn't tell what kind of car it was. I mean, they obviously put it out luckily before I had gotten there, but it was just sitting still smoldering. I was like, that's odd. You don't see that very often.
You don't. And
a barbecue.
That's exactly right. Holy cow, it's terrible. But anyway, what do we expect out of tonight? Let's start with the moderators because, that's been a topic of conversation.
The nonpartisan ones?
Yes, the very straightforward nonpartisans. Yes. Let's start with those guys.
The dehumanizing rhetoric of Adolf Hitler is once again alive and well on a national political stage. This time, of course, in the United States. This time given life by former president and current Republican presidential frontrunner Donald Trump.
Let's recognize this comment for what it is, a long-standing anti-Semitic trope that the true allegiance for Jews is to their religion rather than their country. It was used in Nazi Germany to justify the arrests, persecutions, and mass killings, attempted extermination of the Jewish people. And Trump has been pushing this trope for years.
He talks about the blood of America as being poisoned, echoing the same exact language used in Nazi Germany.
So that's what you're up against out of the gate. None of that is true.
Misinformation.
Complete misinformation. None of it is true, yet that is what the man is up against. I don't know how you win going in like that. I don't know how, knowing that you're going into that, you prepare and have a shot at winning.
Well, you have a shot at winning by ignoring the lies and the misinformation that these moderators will try to put out there. I'm hoping they'll be more professional tonight. I think they will. I think they have gotten enough backlash. But will there still be a bias towards Donald Trump and what they want to do? Yeah, absolutely. But, this is the Democrat Party. This is a party that's blaming him for Hitler, yet they have elected representatives, many of them, not just 6. We're talking many of them that are on the Senate and on the House committees that have all called for the genocide of Jews. And they're talking about stuff that never actually happened with Donald Trump. Jamal Bowman got voted out yesterday in New York because Jews did decide at one point to put what their life and their religion and how important it is more and in front of politics at this point and said, hey, this guy's got to go. He called for the genocide of Jews.
I'm going to wait for the tweets this evening. I'm going to wait for both of you guys to text me because we'll have our text chain that we'll be doing. That's what we do. We don't always have to share it all online, but but the fact of the matter is we all discuss what's going on. I'm going to wait until about like 9:20, and you guys are going to say, okay, you're right.
It's time for bed.
Well, that's number 1. Yes. Number 2 is going to be, Los, you are right. They can't help themselves. All right, Caitlin Collins lasted all of about 90 seconds before it turned into, hold on, I'm backing communist virtues and I can't stop. Here's what's happening. These people, as much as we believe they're going to act professional, act accordingly, communists can't help themselves. They only get certain opportunities, very few little bits of time to push the football down the field before they lose power. This is their moment. They're so excited about it. And they will sit back and they'll have this one moment of going, should I take this shot at Donald Trump? Should I do what I'm going to do?
Yes,
and they'll recognize it as yes, because I want to make sure that I get invited to all the communist parties and all the communist festivities and make sure that I show that everybody that I'm a proper card-carrying member.
That's why I said there's no way. How do you go in with what you just heard and think that you have a shot
It'll
at
be
winning.
fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, the win is going to be your message. So, like, it's hard. Like, they're not going to assign points. If Jake Tapper and Dana Bash were going to be like, well, we decide who the winner is, yeah, he's got no shot. This is his opportunity to kind of show who he is and how he feels about policies. But yeah, anytime he says something, they're going to jump in, just like Caitlin Collins said, and like Carla says, they're going to jump in with the, well, that's not been proven. Well, the Hunter laptop's real. So we're not talking about that now, blah, blah, blah. You're going to get those kind of things from Dana Bash and from Jake Tapper. They will give you that fake respect. They'll call him sir or former president. But then they'll disrespect him with the lies and the misinformation that the Biden administration has put out there. They will defend Biden as much as possible. They'll give him time. They will be aware that this man is cognitively not there. So they'll be more patient with him than they will with Donald Trump. And that'll just go to show that Democrats are liars. They're going to be more patient because they know he's old and feeble, but they don't see that with Trump, so they'll be more aggressive towards him. What does that tell you about their thoughts about whether or not Joe Biden's old or not?
I think the other fun part we're going to be texting each other about is just how strong is the cocktail.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did they get the mix right?
Did they get the mix right? Like, how presidential does Joe Biden, who never does anything after about, I don't know, maybe 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, whenever we review the president's schedule, and you see that he's taking meetings at noon, which is kind of rare. Most of the presidents are right around like 9 a.m. So he's taking meetings at noon, and then he's done with any sort of public access to him by about 3 o'clock. It's a very small window. So what are they doing to get him ready for tonight?
They will have him in some sort of hyperbaric chamber. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's going to be like, vampires.
Treating him like King Tut?
Yeah,
exactly. I'll keep you in here until it's time to go.
That's right. And then we were going to unravel you from your, whatever they wrap King Tut in.
They're not going to have the press corps on the plane to Dobbins to ask him questions or talk. They are going to keep him secluded and quiet.
Back to King Tut.
Yeah, they are.
He's going to be locked up in a pyramid somewhere.
There's no doubt. I mean, everybody knows what they're going to do. I mean, 8 days that he's had to spend away at Camp David to prepare for this.
Yeah.
There's no preparing for this if you are right on the issues. They're preparing the lies. They're preparing the spin, and they're preparing by telling him, hey, okay, let's see if you can make it to 90 minutes standing up now, sir. Sir, you got to breathe. Not seconds, sir, minutes.
He's going to look like Rhino at Red Rocks.
Oh, yeah.
Just strapped into all sorts of craziness.
Yeah. You think they're going to overdose? A party. They're going to overdose him with happy pills?
I don't know, man. There has to be that.
Got to be some sort of, but it's a happy medium because the State of the Union address. Well, I mean, we played the audio. We were like, "Whoa, okay!" Like there has to be that. Okay, he's energetic, but it doesn't sound like methamphetamine. Those are the two.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be.
Where in the middle is that?
Spun up like he was.
Wouldn't you like that though?
What if he's like Cornholio?
Oh my God, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I am Cornholio.
Yes, I would love it.
Yeah, the old video of Miley Cyrus when she was baked out of her mind and started talking at 1,000,000 miles an hour. That's what I'm hoping for, but I don't believe I'm going to.
No, I don't think so either. I don't either. But it'll be interesting, and we'll have a lot to talk about tomorrow. There's no doubt. I'm hoping the whole thing backfires on the Democrats. I hope it all backfires, and I think there's an opportunity for it to backfire too. Him, because it's going to be so quiet. And then he goes into one of those, whatever that happens, where he can't speak, and he's like, and then that goes on. Dude, nothing's there to hide it. There's no way to cover it up. And it's so quiet.
He's got two people on that stage that they're that's what they're there for.
Interrupt him? They're going to when he can't finish his sit. Oh no, you should stop talking, sir.
But they'll be more than happy to go, that's your 90 seconds. Cut the mic. Cut the mic.
And I know Donald Trump is going to have the urge to go, what?
But it's Mike. Well, yeah, it's Mike.
But he can't.
I put this out.
He can afterwards.
Maybe this is a prop bet, but I'm going to put this out there. What are the odds that there's a cutoff mic problem. Like, there's a situation, for some reason, we didn't mean to cut off President Trump's mic, during the process. It was an accident. Somebody else was, behind the scene. They hit it by accident. They meant to cut off Biden's, not his. There will be a mishap with the mic cutoffs. There's got to be. There's going to be a mishap that we all kind of look at and go, come on, man.
Yeah, when he's making a good point, his goes off, and then when Biden goes into like screensaver mode, they turn his off, so you can't hear the zipper. That's what it has to be. You're probably right about that.
Yep.
Morning Extra, Extra 1063.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Thursday, June 27th. Atlanta traffic will surely be impacted and heavier than normal today as the city takes center stage in two big events. The presidential debate between former President Donald Trump and President Joe Biden, taking place on the Georgia Tech campus tonight at 9. Well, that'll force the city to close streets all around the downtown campus. The candidates are expected to arrive hours before the 9 p.m. debate, causing rolling interstate blocks. Meanwhile, the Copa America game between Team USA and Panama will bring thousands of visitors to Mercedes-Benz Stadium for the 6 p.m. start. The Georgia Court of Appeals has ordered Fulton County Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee to temporarily halt proceedings against Missy Hampton in the county's election interference case until it considers the removal of the Fulton County DA's office and DA Fonnie Willis. Other defendants in the case have asked for clarification on whether the stay also applies to the remaining defendants. The Court of Appeals has not addressed that request yet. And the Atlanta Hawks took French teenager Zachary Richache. Then I mess it up. Richache with the first overall pick of the NBA draft last night. The 6'9", 215-pound 19-year-old said he feels like he can easily fit into this team.
What's his name again? Zachary Richache.
Richache.
Well, look at there.
Richache.
Okay. When we come back on Extra 1063, they raided Mar-a-Lago. They did not have cause. That is the issue, and we'll discuss it next on Extra 1063. Tug, Rhino, and Lois until 10. Listen to the debate tonight. Trump, Biden, live from downtown Atlanta, live on Extra 1063.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 1063. Hey, it's Pete, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
The most powerful union in America, I've told you many times, teachers' unions, solidly in the Democrat camp, 100%. That is why Democrats constantly fight school choice, because teachers' unions hate the idea of parents deciding where their kid will go to school. That's the government's job. Thank you, Democrats.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 1063 or listen anytime on the Extra 1063 app.
If you were listening moments ago, talked about getting home really, really late. 12:30 in the bed, back up at 3:45. Goodness gracious, it's late. But the problem is that time that I should have been sleeping, I wasn't, because the house was hot. Our AC at the downstairs went out last night. Had to reach out to Central Heating and Air Conditioning. They'll turn it around in 24 hours and get us back up and running, but our AC went out. And I don't complain about the heat. I don't. But the rest of my family, they do. They were unhappy. So if you have a problem with your HVAC, like I do, see, I have a maintenance agreement with Central Heating and Air Conditioning, so I don't got to worry. They're going to be out there today to get it fixed. If you need that as well, call them, 770-GET-HEAT. Don't sweat. Call them, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. If your HVAC is just not performing well, I mean, it may just be a minor repair that's needed and not an entire new system. And with everything being so expensive today, goodness gracious, let's hope that's the case, that it is just a repair. Be like me. Get yourself a maintenance agreement today at Central Heating and Air Conditioning so you don't suffer. Your house can be comfortable for your family. Do it today. Atlanta's carrier experts, Central Heating and Air Conditioning. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
Atlanta's Mark from the Safe House. And now, the security riddle of the day. What's less secure than a fake safe from a furniture or big box store? Joe Biden's fake border policy, of course. But hey, there is good news. This time next year, Joe Biden will not be president. So drop by Atlanta Safe House and check out the largest selection of safes in the Southeast. Build a wall around your valuables with a safe from the Safe House. We have certified delivery crews to install your safe. With over 30 years in the safe business, the Safe House is the place to buy safe in Georgia. So go to atlantasafehouse.com.
Are you concerned about securing your family's future and assets? Look no further than Nelson Elder Care Law. As a family-owned and family-focused firm, we offer absolute assurance and peace of mind through our comprehensive asset protection services. Visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com to explore how we can safeguard your legacy and provide tailored solutions for your family's well-being.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Democracy 24.
Ahead of the CNN presidential debate in Atlanta, Trump campaign surrogates held a Black American business leaders barbershop roundtable, and the former president himself called in to take some questions. He said as all the legal cases against him have unfolded, his popularity with minorities increased.
The mugshot is the best. It just beat Elvis Presley and Frank Sinatra by a lot, by the way. Beat it by a lot.
Over at the Georgia Capitol building, Biden surrogates held a media availability with two Republicans, including former Congressman Adam Kinzinger, who endorsed President Biden Wednesday.
So whatever the campaign asking me, certainly I'd be open to doing it. I want to make sure that Republicans particularly understand you don't have to agree with everything Joe Biden says, but this is about defending the greatest country in the world.
The debate starts at 9 p.m. There will be no audience, and the microphones will be cut off depending on whose turn it is to speak. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
I wake up every morning with the Morning Xtra.
Todd, Rhino, and Lowe's on the Morning Xtra on Extra 106.3.
It's not even that time of year.
I know. We're in here laughing about Christmas vacation and Christmas vacation. The blessing. And, well, what got it started was Rhino turned, we had these swivel chairs in the studio. Rhino turned and it had made a sound. He was like, What was that? And I was like, it was a funny squeaky sound.
It's a funny squeaky sound. What's that sound?
You couldn't hear a dump truck driving through a nitroglycerin plant. So good. One of the most underrated characters of that whole movie.
That's Joe Biden.
That's his Joe Biden, except that he seems more with it.
Yeah.
He's like, Clark, go get my stogie. He still gives orders.
Right.
He still has command over.
Where's my stogie? Under Clinton's desk.
So, how do you take care of your car? Well, obviously, regular maintenance. Have the oil change, get it washed once in a while, take it out for a drive, make sure it's being driven. But how do you give it its name? That's the thing. I've never named my car, and I know you name your car. My wife named her car.
Yeah, my electric hybrid gas Ford is a white truck, so it's white power because it's powered by.
That's right. Los, do you name your cars?
No, I've never done that either.
I don't either. Now,
I do.
Okay, well, Joey, how do you come about with yours? Because Rhino's told us now.
Well, when I first got my car, I drive a blue Subaru, and I was always told that only lesbians drive Subarus.
That's true. I told you that. That was me.
Yeah.
I've been hearing that since I was a kid. Yeah. So when I got a Subaru, I decided to name it Ellen after Ellen Page, who starred in Juno. But then Ellen transitioned to Elliot, so I figured I had to transition my car too.
Is it
my
now
car's
Elliot?
now Elliot? Yes.
Well, there you
Just
go.
call it E.T.
There you go. You can do that.
Elliot.
I think whenever I pull up in the morning and I see that Subaru, the first thing I think is not Elliot. I think it should be named Barb. Like
Barb.
short for Barbara.
Yes.
Like just Barb kind of feels like the right name.
Okay.
That's a good name.
Okay, yeah, could be.
Blue
Could be.
Barb.
Blue Barb, yeah. There you go. My wife drives a Subaru too. What does that mean?
She's lesbian.
She's lesbian.
It's an Ascent, though, right?
What's that?
It's an Ascent, though, right?
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Does that not count? It doesn't count?
No,
It's got to be Outback.
Yeah.
Or
Outback's definitely though.
Okay, well.
I mean, if you need to apologize ever to the lesbian community for anything you've ever said,
That's it?
offer a Subaru.
Oh, okay. All right.
they're all
Well,
in.
People say they use, like
It's all wave
personality.
goodbye to the Subaru sponsorship.
That's right. Look, we love our Subaru.
I love my Subaru.
Never in a million years
I've
expected
never
to get
known
one.
anyone who's unhappy with their Subaru.
Yeah.
The Outback's a great truck, like whatever it is.
It's amazing. It's got great trunk space.
Well, what do you call that? I mean,
It's a
SUV,
crossover,
right?
right?
Yeah, it's a
Crossover
crossover
SUV. I guess.
Hatchback.
Hatchback. Nobody uses hatchback anymore. That was so 80s. That was like an 80s
That's
thing.
what its like official title is.
Yeah, it's offensive now to that car.
Oh, okay.
Oh, see, you can't offend the car
it's too
like that.
bad.
Good Lord, Joe.
Yeah.
I can't believe we let you open
Sorry,
your mic and
Elliot.
do stuff like that.
Stop making fun of Barb.
Yeah. But, what's funny because a lot of people...
Barb is the perfect name. I'm sorry.
It's no longer Ellen
your
or
car's
Elliot.
name. Yeah.
It's Barb.
Barb.
It's how's Barb doing this morning?
I can't believe you picked Ellen Page for the lesbian. Like, Ellen, I was thinking you were going to go DeGeneres. Like, that's the most famous.
I love Juno.
Ugh.
Great movie.
But do you ever see people when they they drive like a Kia Forte and they'll call it Will Forte, Forte or something? They do the name that kind of rhymes
Or like
goes-
Alicia Kia.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. I know so many people that do that.
I hate that.
I don't. Yeah,
Andrew, do you name your car?
Yes, that's a great question.
No, not at all.
Okay. See, Andrew's a guy's
He's
guy,
so
man.
normal.
Yeah, Andrew's like
I like Andrew
yeah.
so much better than Joe. Oh, sorry, that was out loud. I'm sorry.
That's right.
I like Andrew. I was
Andrew is
supposed to
awesome.
stop
Andrew.
there.
It's awesome.
Andrew can dunk, okay? Nobody else in the room can dunk, that's just how it goes.
No, yeah, he's Andrew's a guy's guy, and that's what I like about Andrew. There's no doubt about it. People, they name their cars Zippy because it excels.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
I get that.
Yeah, I like the naming it based off of like Will Forte and Alicia Kia better than I do
Do
Zippy.
you really?
Yes, because
What do you name your car?
I don't. I've never done it. That's what I'm saying. I've never done it.
We got to come up with one.
I know. A
What do
big
you have?
red. I got that big old red GMC Sierra.
The Sierra.
Yeah, so big red be the only thing I know.
Mario.
Mario? Why?
He's red.
Mario's not red. What do you mean?
He wears red clothes. What do you mean?
Red clothes, but he's not
Mario's
red.
dumb.
I'd feel better calling your truck Clifford.
Yeah, Clifford the big red truck. Yes, that would make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, there you go.
Or use the word Sierra somehow. Like, that's her female name.
Yeah, like
Sierra
Mist.
Farrell.
It's Sierra Mist.
Mist.
There we go.
Yeah.
It's gotta be
Misty.
something better. Misty. Sierra Misty. I don't know. This is terrible. I thought this would go much better.
Yeah, this kind of sucked.
Listen, all we found out
Bring
about
back
this entire
sports.
thing,
He was so much better than us.
That's right. No kidding.
all we've learned is that Joe's car should be named Barb and that your wife is a lesbian.
Yeah, that's right. But that's good information to have. Specifically for me.
After 20-some years of marriage, glad I found out this way.
I mean, besides a Subaru, like, what other car can you really judge who that person is based on? Like a Miata? Like a guy in a Miata, I judge.
Yeah.
Like, on that guy's
understand
weak.
why- Or
He
like
can't
a
change a
Z3
tire.
Roadster or something.
Yeah.
Those tiny little zippity-doo-dah cars.
Uh-huh.
Smart car.
Yeah, smart car.
Prius.
Did they even make smart cars anymore?
Oh, yeah.
They do? I've not
I don't
seen
know if
one
they
in
make them,
years.
but they still have them out there, right?
I've not seen
They
one
don't
in a
make
long
them
time.
anymore.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, because they were stupid to
A
begin
Kia
with.
Soul.
Yeah. But what do you like when you say a Kia Soul, what are you saying
I don't know,
about
probably somebody that watches too much anime.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, we
Andrew's
got
shaking
a
his head.
rise out
Yeah, I
of
agree.
Andrew. Andrew was like,
I don't
yeah.
like Kia Souls that much.
But you think people
They've always got like weird stickers on them.
Are those the ones that
Tons
the
of bumper
gerbils do the
stickers.
commercial for?
Yes.
Yeah,
Or
or
are
they
they
did.
hamsters?
They did. I don't know.
Yeah,
They
that was
still do them?
over 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's been a minute. It's been a minute.
Uh-huh.
But
I
that's
still
the
think
thing.
of that.
Yeah.
I
so-
judge people on that car, too.
I don't know, like Lois, I don't know about you, but when you see people that have way too many stickers on the back of their car,
Oh, yeah.
those people drive me crazy too. I'm like, what? I mean, if the car's ugly, I kind of get it. But when they have a decent car, a nice car, and then there's just covered, the whole back windshield and the back bump is all covered with stickers, I automatically think those people are weird.
Yeah, I've and again, this is me being maybe boring or whatever. I've never put a sticker
Nor am
on a windshield. I've had
Nor am
like I have the magnetic decal. That's about the farthest I go.
And what's your
That's it.
decal of?
It's just it's a A5 volleyball
Okay, yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Both my wife and I both got them 5 years ago,
Yeah,
and that's
sure.
the only thing that sits in my car.
Yeah, okay. Because my wife neither one of us ever put stickers on our car. And then she did do the Charleston mom sticker. I mean, it's the mom
that's
thing, I
legitimate,
guess.
yeah.
But it's weird because when I always drive, And so I'm driving her car, and it says Charleston Mom. So it's kind of weird. I was thinking.
So not only are you in the lesbian car, but then it also has Charleston Mom on it.
Yes, it's very confusing for anybody that passes us. They look over and trying to figure it all out.
You get probably some pretty good looks, like, hey, cowboy.
So has Subaru replaced the Volvo? Because like when I thought Volvo, I thought that was like the big lesbian car too.
I think it's always been Subaru. I've never even thought about Volvo before.
Yeah.
Really? Okay, maybe. I don't know. It's always been Subaru for me.
You should Google that. We'll get to the bottom of it.
I'm afraid to Google it. You know what I mean? I'm afraid of what
Subaru had a whole ad campaign targeted towards lesbians.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Didn't Martina Navratilova do it, or did she do Volvo?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think she did.
Now
one.
we got some digging to do for sure. We got some digging.
I
to
like
do.
Martina Navratilova.
Morning Extra on Extra 1063. It was cause that they needed to have to raid Mar-a-Lago, and they didn't seem to have cause to raid Mar-a-Lago. Am I missing something here? What am I missing?
Look. Oh, go ahead, Los.
I'm sorry. I'm just reading a Reddit post that says, when my aunt, who's a lesbian, found out I bought an Outback, she instantly called me to congratulate me for joining the LGBTQ community. Sorry. It's like, you guys were getting into something serious, and
it's all right.
I couldn't help myself.
I'd rather laugh about this, to be honest with you, anyway. I mean, if the truth were told. You know, can I tell you a funny story then? Since we're talking about it. When we went up to Cooperstown when my kid was 12 to play baseball, we flew into Boston because we'd planned to, after the week at Cooperstown, to drive back and spend the long weekend in Boston, which was so cool. We went to a Yankees-Red Sox game at Fenway. So much fun. The Freedom Trail, amazing. Boston is an incredible city.
I love it.
I would love to go back, and we only had a long weekend. I would love to go back and spend more time there. But to get to Cooperstown from Logan Airport in Boston, we had to rent a car. And you know, they say, hey, go pick one of the cars out there. You know, it's like you rent whatever, but they're like, pick whichever one you want, you know. And I don't know why, but I went and picked a Subaru Outback. And we laughed about that from the time we left the airport and I even made up a song, the alternative lifestyle car song, you know, and I sang it all weekend long, and people were asking me, they're like, what in the world are you talking about? And I would sing it, and I was like, the alternative lifestyle car, you know, and I was just singing it, and people couldn't figure out why in the world I was singing it, and finally I told, and then everybody just fell out because it became the running joke that I was driving, you know, this alternative lifestyle, the most Andy Griffith vanilla type person that you could possibly be. We eat together, we pray together, our whole family is like a scene out of Mayberry, and that was the car that I rented and the song that I made up talking about Subarus. And then fast forward, my wife, when we were buying it, she was like, if we get this Ascent, you have to promise me you will never bring that up again. You can't sing every time we get in the car the alternative lifestyle car song.
Okay, so our good friend Stephanie tweeted out, Teslas are for a-holes who can't drive. BMWs are just a-holes. Sticker cars are loony progressives. Subaru equals Lesbaru. There you go.
Yeah,
she got it all breaking down. Everybody sees it. Everybody knows.
I'm reading this from Reddit, and it's hilarious. It says, I'm a guy, but I have a bunch of lesbian friends. They regularly joke now that I own a Subaru. I'm an honorary lesbian. So, yes, it's a thing based on some past Subaru marketing, and my friends definitely own the concept for themselves, too.
So it's not offensive. You know, not at all. But see, that's the thing. Like, is it okay, me as a regular old straight white male, is I okay to even laugh at it? Do I get to laugh at it, or am I going to be persecuted?
White. Yeah, well, look.
See, that's
you're
the
already
thing.
down
I don't
that path.
know.
You're already there. You're already there. You're white. You're already
white male, Christian, blue eyes.
Oh gosh, dude. Yeah,
Good
nothing you can
Lord.
say now.
I mean,
Who cares?
I'm a spawn of Satan.
Yeah. Oh gosh, yes. Demon.
I mean, demon. Yes.
You're a demon.
That's exactly right. What's the word you always use?
Right extremist.
Yes, Los. What's the word you always use?
I refer to them as ghouls. But you're not a ghoul because you drive a Subaru.
Well, no, I was just talking about
enlightened.
Yeah, no, but I was thinking about just because
You're
I'm a
enlightened.
white male
You're
Christian.
an ally.
I'm a ghoul.
You're an ally.
Well, yes, I'm supporting the cause.
Yes.
Right? Isn't that what that would be? Support the cause?
Yes.
You drive your lesbian car to work.
Well, no, it's my wife's.
You left Clifford behind, and you're like, I'm going to take this car.
It's my wife's. My wife drives the lesbian car.
I don't want this big truck anymore.
I just don't want to.
Goodbye, Sierra.
Audio, Sierra Mist. No use for you anymore. You and your stupid four-wheel drive and your gas-guzzling nonsense. I'm trying to save the earth.
Well, you know what they say about guys with big trucks like that, too.
Yeah, small shoes.
Yeah, shoes, socks, yeah.
I do wonder if you were to put like a wig on and drove around in Joe Virgin River's Subaru like for a weekend, how many looks you would get. Kind of a butchy dude with long hair.
Well, I mean, Joe could probably answer this for us. I mean, he drives it around every weekend. Do you get looks?
Never. I've also got that ginormous Indiana Pacers magnet on my car.
Yeah.
Well, you're saying lesbian women don't like the Pacers?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's kind of a signal.
I think they look at him. He doesn't realize it. I think they look over and go, "Oh, that lesbian transition. Look at that.
She has a mustache.
Yeah. She must be on good hormones.
Must be
a lot of testosterone.
I'm telling you. All right, we've blown this whole segment. So please
you brought up the Subaru.
I didn't mean to. It was an accident. I had no idea that it was going to go this way.
Yeah. Look. Eileen Cannon is dealing with Trump's lawyers, and here's the point. They weren't supposed to be able to go into Melania's room. They weren't supposed to be able to go in Barron's room. Yeah. They never narrowed down. The FBI said, hey, we want to go over all 58 rooms and disrupt everything. We want to make this a big scene. And I think the lawyers have a good point. Why not specify you knew where the documents were? You were there. You told them to put another lock on it. Why were they strewn across? Why did you bring them into these rooms? They weren't there before. This is a big problem for the prosecutors and Jack Smith.
Well, I think overall, Los, it's the fact that it was flimsy to begin with, right? There was no cause to begin with. Like, unprecedented, unneeded, unnecessary. This could have been handled so many different ways. They chose to make it a public spectacle because it was about embarrassing Donald Trump, or trying to.
The fact that we actually had come through the courtroom yesterday, that they finally admitted, yeah, we put these top secret document covers on them to make them look like top secret documents.
And then took pictures.
Yeah. Staged it.
They knocked them over. They knocked the boxes over to make it look like they were strewn around. They did everything to make it look the way they wanted it to look.
Surprised. Are you surprised that that's the way it went down? You shouldn't be. If you listen to the show, you weren't. Next on Extra 106.3, you better watch your mouth. The left has launched the language police, but in a particular area. Next on the Morning Extra, Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10, 9 o'clock tonight. Debate between Biden and Trump live on Extra 106.3.
If you love news and talk, you have to connect with the biggest personalities in the South at thepodcastpark.com. It's more original Atlanta content from Atlanta's hometown talk crew. From legal news to sports and politics, and even archives of interviews from years past. Find the podcast that you love and subscribe everywhere you get podcasts.
We just want our house to be the envy of the neighborhood, so what do? We got it painted, and now that facelift has made it just that. You can do the same thing. The highest quality materials. James Hardy Siding. They came out to the house. I didn't know if I was going to have just a complete siding replacement at our house. Turns out, not at all. The folks at others like, no, you don't need that. We can make a couple repairs. We're going to be in good shape. You're going to be in good shape. It's not going to cost you nearly as much.
Well, hello.
How are you?
It's James Hardy. I took care of your home.
Yes, sir. Mr. Hardy, you put together incredible siding. How do you do it?
You are welcome, sir.
I gotta tell you, James Hardy's the fanciest man I've ever met.
Your home looks great, man.
Are you French like that dude that the Hawks drafted?
No.
Just very uppity. He holds his hand when he drinks out of glasses. He holds his pinky out like that. If you want high quality and very uppity James Hardy siding, you can get it at Southern Exteriors. They have done over 20,000 projects over 2 decades. Make your house the envy of the neighborhood with Southern Exteriors. Their website is southernexteriors.co. It's southernexteriors.co, 877-9-SOUTHERN.
As an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, the Warrior Alliance connects warriors and their families to free services such as health and wellness, housing, employment, education, legal services, and so much more. We need your financial support to increase our impact and change thousands of lives for those who served in the U.S. Armed Forces. It takes more than just thank you for your service. Make a donation to help warriors navigate to success after service. Go to thewarrioralliance.org/donate and make a difference today.
There are crazies on the road. Who knows where they're all going, but if one of them hits you, don't take care of it on your own. Call my friend David Van Sant. He is the lawyer that used to work for the insurance company. The team at Van Sant Law knows who to call, what to say, and will make sure you get what you deserve and what the insurance company doesn't want to pay for. They have your best interest at heart and will take care of everything. If you don't get paid, they don't get paid. My advice, save Van Sant Law in your phone. Today, 855-GA-INJURY, vansantlaw.com.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, we are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Extra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
Senior Principal Support Analyst, CSO, TLM positions offered by Manhattan Associates Incorporated in Atlanta, Georgia. Senior Project Manager responsible for overseeing the coordination of all aspects of new customer modifications and rollout from inception to installation. Oversee schedules and budgets to ensure quality products and timely services. Up to 50% travel required. Employee reports to office in Atlanta, Georgia. Position may work from home but must live within commuting distance of stated office. Apply online at www.manh.com/about-us/careers.
Your voice, your vote. And this year it matters more than ever. So for the unbiased election coverage that affects your family and your community, trust the voices that matter when it matters the most. Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Listen to that big, burly debate tonight on Extra 106.3. 9 o'clock is when you can hear it live from downtown Atlanta, live on Extra 106.3. Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. Thank you for being here. 404-741-1230. Part of the Early Risers Club, as we like to call it. And you better watch your mouth, though. You can't come in here saying ugly things. You know, we don't tolerate it. We monitor people's the way they talk, and you know, me, just everybody, man. You can't go saying bad words and cussing and things like that. We don't allow it. Now,
unless you're bored.
Yeah, exactly. You had to dump out, 3 times?
Have at it.
Buddy.
1 hour, 3 dumps.
He earned that, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, he was on fire the other day.
He's apparently been removed just long enough to realize that using the word that starts with D is not really permitted on a regular basis.
Richard, short for Richard. Yeah, he used that twice, and then...
Well, just calling people out with it.
Yeah. And then
he's just saying, Richard's a jerk, basically, that they're jerks.
Yeah, he kind of, that's kind of the way it went.
I guess.
We need again, you're welcome, Internet.
Yes.
Those of you listening on the app, you got all of it.
You got the full Monty for sure. The Biden administration, they've launched their own language police, though. This is interesting because it's all to do with the airlines.
Yeah, it actually has to do with their way of language within the entirety of the administration. And the Daily Wire was able to get the internal memo. So, for instance, the joke was yesterday that was making its way around social media. If you're a pilot, and let's say you happen to be, you're in a F-14. It's not a cockpit.
Oh, no.
It's a flight deck.
Yes,
which,
of course.
Hold on a second. I'm pretty certain that there's not a flight deck when it comes to a fighter plane.
No, there's not.
Or really any other plane.
No, there's just a cockpit.
There's just a cockpit.
That's all.
For instance, the Biden administration, as they've now gotten to word policing, for instance, there is no such thing as a blind person. There is a person who is blind.
Oh, my God. That sounds like Kamala Harris.
Wait, what?
Does that not sound like a Kamala Harris thing? Like, there's
so I can't go up and like, you're blind. I have to go, you're a person who is blind.
Right. Let's say, for instance,
I ain't got that many words.
That let's say that Tug goes swimming in the ocean, as he's prone to do, and he gets his leg bitten off by a shark.
Oh,
now I hope it doesn't happen.
No, I don't want it to happen either. You don't want, because you get your leg amputated. That'd be terrible.
Yeah, that would be.
Ooh, you're not an amputee though, according to the Biden administration.
No. Well, what would I be, Los?
You're a person with an amputation.
Oh, well, that's very different. I mean, now it's so clear.
Let's say that you're dealing with autism.
I was going to say you're now Eileen.
That's right.
See, that's not permitted within the Biden administration, Mr. Rhino.
Transition to Eileen.
An autistic, an autistic person
Where's James Hardy? He's upset about this.
is a person with autism. It does point out terms to avoid. For instance, victim, survivor.
Okay, you can't say either one of those?
I mean, think about how much we hear within this administration where we ever say, hey, why don't you say this person's name? Why don't you point out that this is a victim of violence? And they don't do it. Well, it's because, according to their own rules, she has experienced violence.
Oh, well, that's very different.
Okay, so let me make sure I got this right based on these rules. She has experienced violence due to the hand of an undocumented citizen,
but they're not a victim.
That'd be newcomer. You have to get that language right too.
In fact, if let's say Joe Virgin River let's say that he was robbed at gunpoint by an illegal
newcomer,
undocumented newcomer.
Okay, if you just went newcomer, it would be he's been impacted by
a newcomer.
Impacted by a newcomer. Not that he was robbed at gunpoint by an illegal. He was impacted by. They have
impacted by my fist.
This word salad. When we talk about the teacher's lounge, this is what it looks and sounds like. Wheelchair bound? No. They use a wheelchair.
Okay. Yeah,
they use a wheelchair.
I don't.
So they have the choice not to use a wheelchair?
Homeless person. They're a person without housing.
Again, it sounds like Kamala Harris made all this up, because you know how she is with the word salads and how none of it makes sense. And, she's like, time. It passes by. As it passes by, I recognize time. I mean, that's because it's
word salad.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
I will find this interesting when people who are blind say, I'm blind, instead of saying, I am a person.
Do they have to correct them?
Well, yes, you have to correct them at that point. So the liberals will have to correct anybody who decides to label themselves in a certain way. Like if somebody's in a wheelchair and they say, yeah, I'm just wheelchair bound. No, I can't walk up those stairs. They're going to say, no, sir, you're not wheelchair bound. You are a person who needs to use a wheelchair.
Well, let's use...
Get it right, pal.
Hunter Biden as an example. Hunter Biden used, when it came to his gun trial, he used that he was an addict. That was the defense. That was the Hail Mary. Hey, listen, I was a crack addict. This is what I was dealing with.
I can't wait to see where this goes.
Within the Biden administration, you're no longer an addict, okay? You are a person with a substance use disorder.
Oh. Now it's clear. That's why the cocaine ended up in the White House.
You're a crackhead. I'm not playing your games, Biden administration. I'm not playing anybody's games by this. You're a crackhead. I mean, look, you're blind. I'm not going to go up and be like, hey, you're blind.
Because they would say, I know that.
Yeah, they'd be like, yeah, I know that. Okay. This is so ridiculous, and this is exactly what the Democrats and the communists do. They want to make sure that they police your speech. And that's part of what, the whole Supreme Court case yesterday, which was a joke because they never covered free speech. Democrats are celebrating something that they don't understand. When President Trump gets into office, they've now set the precedent that President Trump and Elon Musk can get together, and anything that you say that they don't agree with, they're going to be able to now go ahead, work with that social media to correct your speech. Here's another way to correct your speech. That's what the communist is all about, and that's what the communist celebrates.
This is 24 pages
Good Lord.
of guidelines for bureaucrats within the government. And it points out, unelected people. Here's how you're supposed to talk. It points out, avoid using combinations such as he or she or he, she, as alternatives to the singular they. because such constructions imply an exclusivity, binary nature of gender and exclude individuals who do not use pronouns like gender non-conforming people.
Where the hell's the paper shredder?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Somebody needs to get a big one for 24
Can you
pages.
imagine your grandfather reading this and being told, here's how you have to talk, Grandpa?
No, of course not, because it's so absurd and ridiculous, and the whole point is to be absurd and ridiculous.
So what happens when I use these wrong?
Oh, well, I'm sure you get your hands slapped.
This is where...
Am I going to jail?
If you're within the administration, if you're within the federal government, and you happen to refer to, let's say, for instance, there's a spouse. Okay, spouse is fine. You refer to that person as your husband, well, we're getting your hate speech.
Yeah.
Buddy, that's right.
So is that where we're going? That this will be hate speech?
That's where it's headed.
So when our Joe Goey misses a cut or doesn't see it, and we're like, hey, call for the cut, and then I go, dude, it's right there. What are you, blind? Am I going to jail for hate speech at that point?
Well, no, because you don't work in the federal government. Because this is all for.
Oh, this is just for them.
The bureaucants and.
Thank God, I can say what I want still.
But that's where it starts,
Or
though,
can
right? That's where it all starts. I mean, years from now, they want that to be everyday speech.
For instance, both of you gentlemen have sons. That could be disparaging, according to the faculty lounge, by this administration. They need to be referred to as your child or your kid, so as not to assign gender to them.
Oh my gosh. No, he's my boy, he's my man, he's my son.
Yeah,
no, it's your kid.
Well, see, and it's funny because I say that all the time. My kid's, doing this, that, and the other thing.
I don't have a goat.
Now, right. Now I'm going to say my son and make it specific on purpose.
Yeah.
Just to go against that silliness.
Yeah. My son, who was born a man, will stay a man.
Replace, like Aunt Peg.
Yeah.
Apparently that's offensive. It needs to now be a parent-sibling.
Oh, parent-sibling Peg. Parent-sibling Peg.
Parent-sibling Peg.
You can't say aunt
like that, dude.
Aunt's an animal anyway.
This would be such a joke if it wasn't real.
I know. Dude, it's stranger than fiction. We got to wrap. But, all right. Who are hardworking Americans voting for? Well, those who work 40 to 60 hours a week. Those are the ones that I think you'll like the most.
Hey, it's the Kimmer. We cover a lot on the Kimmer Show, including Holy Crap at Sports with a fellow ordained minister, Pete Davis.
Meanwhile, the animosity is not improving between the black lesbian mafia and straight Kate. During a game in Connecticut, the Suns' Dejanay Carrington mocked Caitlin by performing a fake flop after Clark was fouled. Except the video shows Caitlin did not flop. She took the foul in stride and kept playing. It was so bad, even the Suns' home fans booed their own player, Carrington.
Yeah.
Not only is this group of testosterone-laden ladies full of bile and jealousy, they're not that bright either. In other words, they're a lot like the male jock.
Catch Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
The warm air, the beautiful weather, and the sounds of baseball. It's got you thinking about hitting the road. And no matter where your adventures take you, Subaru of Gwinnett has a vehicle to get you there safely and in style. Like the 2024 Subaru Outback, which will take you as far as you want to explore. With standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, plus up to 32 miles per gallon. And if you're up for adventure, it'll get you off the beaten path with up to 9.5 inches of ground clearance, more than the Honda CR-V or Toyota RAV4. Or the 2024 Subaru Forester, the SUV for all you love. It's the right size SUV for all the adventures ahead, with a spacious and comfortable interior for everyone you want to bring along. No matter where adventure takes you, it starts on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth with the amazing staff at Subaru of Gwinnett. They'll help you find the Subaru that you'll love and be there every step of the way for everything you need. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louis found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louis has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louis.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-970-3199. That's 800-970-3199. 800-970-3199.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Well, the weather's warming up and summer's just around the corner. Everyone has a favorite outdoor activity: golf, bike riding, bird watching, long walks. Ask 100 people, you'll get 100 answers. But if everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer: Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain, it helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you're hurting, back, neck, joints, or muscles, in 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you like to do, swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF and save on your first order. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, VanSantLaw.com.
It's the earliest debate ever. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. A Biden-Trump showdown tonight, the CNN presidential debate.
Democrats are already trying to get under Donald Trump's skin. The DNC paid money to buy out 5 of these billboards here in the Atlanta area, putting up near highways out here, going after Trump for his recent felony conviction. It says, quote, "Donald, welcome to Atlanta for the first time since becoming a convicted felon."
Fox's Bill Malugin near the debate site.
We expect to see both Trump and Biden showing up here in Atlanta in the coming hours. Trump, as we all know, really hasn't been preparing for the debate. He hasn't been doing mock debates. He prefers to be out on the campaign trail, meeting with his voters. Biden taking a complete opposite approach. He has been holed up at Camp David with more than a dozen advisors coaching him up.
2 national polls the last 2 days from Quinnipiac and the New York Times give former president a 4-point lead over President Biden. We'll get more rulings this morning from the Supreme Court, where those pro-choice protesters support a challenge to an Idaho abortion law. The court briefly and inadvertently posted a document online appearing to show that justices may decide in favor of an attempt to allow emergency abortions to protect a mother's health, but that is not the only ruling we're waiting for.
Justices have other major opinions left to publish before the term ends, including former President Trump's immunity claim in his federal election interference trial.
Fox's Jared Halpern. Funerals today in Houston, Texas.
Jocelyn Nungry's friends and family will gather to honor the 12-year-old just 2 weeks after her murder.
Fox's Brooke Singman.
Jocelyn's lifeless body was found in a creek 2 weeks ago. Police say she was strangled to death by 2 illegal migrants from Venezuela.
They're now jailed on a murder charge, could face the death penalty. Last night, Texas executed a killer for a 2001 kidnapping murder. In the death chamber, Ramiro Gonzalez admitted he caused people pain. His last words, "I hope one day you will forgive me." Then he was lethally injected. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey guys, Donald Trump Jr. here. Let me ask you this. Does inflation feel worse than what we're being told in the news? That's because the official inflation rate doesn't tell the whole story. Since January 2021, the cost of living has increased by 17.9%. You can't get that money back. But what you can do is stop your losses today. How? By diversifying your savings into a gold IRA from my friends at Birch Gold Group. When you're done, your money will be parked in a tangible asset with a proven history. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word PROTECT to 989898. I trust Birch Gold. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax advantaged status. So text PROTECT to 989898. That's PROTECT to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
Tired of all the negative media manipulation? Wake up feeling right with a Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Oh, just be happy that Europe, the final countdown, is playing in your ears this morning on the Morning Extra. Europe.
It's Asia.
The band is Europe.
It's Asia.
Well, right. Asia is a continent. Europe's a continent. This band that you're listening to is Europe. Are you saying you don't know that Europe sang this song?
I'm pretty sure it's Asia, the name of the band.
Oh, my. Heat of the Moment was Asia's big hit, buddy. Go take a look. Go take a look. Go take a look.
Why are
Joe,
you
turn your mic off.
Yeah, I got
Why
to
There's no context to that.
No, not at all.
That was just addressed to you.
You either get it or you don't.
You either get it or you don't.
Why? I got it.
All right, here we go. I have no idea what's going on. I just know the name of the band is Europe, and this is the final countdown. And you can listen to the debate as we head into the final countdown to the debate tonight on Extra 106.3.
In Asia, I'm all confused. I side with Tug more than I don't even know. You shouldn't even have your mic on challenging Tug like that.
Well,
even I know.
He's a special player.
Special teams.
Special teams.
So there's something going on that I don't know about.
He's a man with special.
Yes, brother.
Is it like
yes, brother.
What's his name? That fella.
Sketch.
Brother. I was going to call him Shag.
I'm the evil Mr. Beast. All I do is take.
All he does is take.
I've laughed at that guy a bunch. Now that, hang on.
I'm just glad that our...
It's the final countdown. You can't walk over the post like that. The hook.
I'm just glad that even our young intern finds when we start doing sketch impressions to find that very entertaining.
I still have no idea. I'm glad I haven't fallen into this sketch trap like you guys.
That's right. I mean, I'm kind of like 1 foot in, 1 foot out.
Yeah.
Like, because it was funny because my son was like, Dad, it's not, he was convinced it wasn't an act. And I was like, dude, it's an act. You can tell it's an act. It's very obvious that it's an act. And I still don't know if he realizes that most of it's an act. Because I would see the bit, and then I would see him doing other interviews where he is not nearly as awkward.
Well, let's help out for our audience.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes,
it's a social media influencer
right.
that does a lot of stuff on Twitch.
Yes.
And when you watch him, honestly, I thought he was special needs when I first...
Yeah, definitely.
That's kind of the vibe.
Yeah,
it's kind of the vibe.
Yeah.
And then you recognize...
Like on the spectrum a little bit.
Yeah, he's
maybe.
playing an act.
Yeah.
But I can't even find this dude on the internet.
He stated that he stated it's an act, but he
It is
says
an
his
act.
voice is a mix of Morty from the show Rick and Morty and Donald Trump.
And if you don't know Rick and Morty, then it's really going to throw you.
And it was so funny because I knew what Rick and Morty was. I'd never watched it until you introduced me to it. And now I've seen a bunch of the clips and stuff. And the other day, my son and his buddies were talking about a Rick and Morty episode. So they're totally into it too. They love the show. They
Pickle
think
Rick.
it's great. Pickle Rick, of course. Yes.
There we go.
Yeah.
Wait, does this guy just do videos of
He plays like
Roblox?
Madden and
A lot of Madden.
Yeah.
A lot of gaming.
He's got 5 million subscribers.
Yeah. He does well.
Rhino now is reevaluating. Should I be playing video games?
Intro to sketch. Basic guide to sketch. I'm going to guess I'm going to have to. He's a good looking dude. He looks pretty good looking.
He's funny. You know what? The moment that I found out about who this person was, I was watching the NFL draft, and he announced the pick
For
and
the Texans,
the Texans,
right?
and it was like their 3rd round pick, and I went, "Who is?" And I thought it was like Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Yeah, right.
Like I wasn't really sure about it, and then I watched all of it, and then I was enlightened, and so now my ignorance has been just kind of taken
wiped
away from me.
Yes, you're in.
Right.
You're in, brother.
Oh, wait, that's not sketch. Intro to sketch. This is a guy talking about sketch, a program. That's not the same thing.
That's way different.
I gotta. It must be the guy because all I see are videos of Roblox and video games.
What is it, Joe? How does special players?
Special teams, special moments, special players.
There it is.
I'm the anti-Mr. Beast. I only take. Is that it?
I'm the anti-Mr. Beast. Don't like
is he a kid with glasses?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, he's a nerd.
Now, Mr.
That's what I
Beast
expected him to look like.
Yeah, you got to
Never
explain
mind.
who Mr. Beast is.
was
That's the other thing.
completely foreign to the Kimmer Show as of 2 weeks ago, and so hopefully they've now caught up. You're getting him in a lot of Zaxby's ads, but
because he has his Mr. Beast meal.
He's got his YouTube channel, and oftentimes what Mr. Beast does is a lot of philanthropic work. Like, for instance, one of the things that they did one summer was dig 100 wells throughout Africa.
Yeah, which is great work.
And so that's what they use the money for. It's very pay it forward when it comes to what they're doing.
Yeah, totally down with it.
So when Mr. Beast is, I'm the anti-Mr. Beast, all I do is take, that's the comedy.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Well, good for him.
Yeah, no,
you
it's
know,
great.
like I'm not going to hit.
Dude, making money
He
hand over
is
fist.
a goofy kid. I see it now.
Yeah.
So
Money
but
hand
good for
over
him.
fist. Yeah, everybody loves him. I mean, he is a phenomenal.
Well, then I won't.
Yeah, exactly. You be the anti-sketch.
I'm anti-sketch.
I just need to spend a little bit more time investigating. I've yet to really watch an entire, let's say, hour-long stream.
And I wouldn't. I don't have time.
Go to YouTube. There's compilations of him, best moments.
Just the best moments. Yeah, and
Best
me and
moments.
Jacob just sat on the couch one night watching the Braves and just sit and laughed at, the greatest hits.
I don't know. I've been
really funny.
involved in that world in the past. In terms of when I had time to kill, typically it was Braves Radio Network stuff. Just had an hour to kill. I mean, what I got to do? And I would go to Twitch and I would end up watching all of these different people. Yeah. And some of them are really good at being by themselves and entertaining. Then there's just some where it's just you get the bit.
Yeah.
Where, all right, I get it. You're not wearing a lot of clothes and you're working out.
Yeah, but they probably get the most views.
They
probably get the most
do
views.
well.
Yeah, they get the
That's
most
what I
views.
should do.
That's
just being
Rhino.
fat in a Speedo, working out and not getting anything accomplished.
Yeah, that's a
Maybe shave my chest every once in a while.
Yes, do
little
all that.
logos in it.
Just
sure
about that?
Yeah.
Just sit there, just shaving your chest on
Not
Twitch.
saying a word.
Just everybody, 2 o'clock. There's going to be a shaving.
I'm gonna try this. I'm trying it.
Wonder what kind of a language the Biden administration would have for that. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yes.
He's not
a
shaving.
hairless man.
Yeah,
he's a man
without hair.
Yes. A man with hair no longer.
Oh my gosh! If you missed the last time, go back and listen to it on the Extra 106.3 app, where the Biden administration has pushed out this just crazy list of ways that you must speak if you work in the bureaucracy of D.C. Morning Extra at Extra 106.3. This probably won't come to a surprise, as a surprise to many people. If you work hard, let's say 40 to 60 hours a week, I mean, that is a full-time job to working a ton of overtime. People who work 40 to 60 hours a week are voting for Donald Trump. Not a big surprise. What goes along with this, hand in hand, the people who don't work are voting for Joe Biden. That's the latest polling. I mean, this is earth-shattering, groundbreaking. Whoa. It should shake the very foundation that you live on. Hard workers voting for Trump. People who don't work voting for Biden. I don't know how else to lay this out.
Earners versus handouters.
Yes. Where do you fall on the spectrum?
People without job.
Yeah, not jobless.
Not jobless.
People without jobs.
People without
We
jobs.
have to do that throughout the rest of the day. Anytime you get one wrong, somebody will have to correct it, okay? It's just be aware of what's coming.
I find it amusing, too, that when you look at and look at it, 40 to 60 hour workers are going to go for somebody that they know, hey, I will be able to work hard and then I'll have something to show for it, compared to the people who just want to sit out and take those handouts. And I find it ironic that the Democrats, who continue to talk about employment numbers, even though they're all skewed in favor of the Biden administration because they're playing numbers with it, tout that as a huge win for the Biden administration, yet none of them want to work. It's just such hypocrisy from them, because they pretzel their logic left and right all the time. Even yesterday with celebrating the Supreme Court victory and talking about how great the Supreme Court was in their decision to allow the government to suppress your speech. Then you tell them, well, if the Supreme Court's right, then why are you even talking about Roe v. Wade anymore? Because, right? I mean, the decision was made right. It's just a pretzel logic by them. People who want to work and want to have a future and be able to own their own homes are going to vote for someone that supports that ideology. They're not going to support someone who says, hey, you don't have to work. You don't even have to pay off your debt. We're going to do it for you.
Well, I think this is very simple. If I'm going to put in 40 to 60 hours a week, I want to make sure that those hours and the pay associated to it goes further than it does right now. And that's why you see, when you look at the polling, why it goes so hard for Trump. Because most people right now, if they're working an hourly position, 40 ain't enough.
No,
that's
of course
the
not.
scary
That's why
part about it.
that's 40 to 60. That's
and
why
so
that's
when you, and even at 60, you're looking at it and going, "Woo, we're getting pretty tight here."
I'm telling you, everybody is. What was the poll we had 2 weeks ago? 6 out of 10 people say they're living paycheck to paycheck.
Mm-hmm.
And get this, people who work part-time jobs favor Joe Biden. Well, that's all he's created. So there should be plenty of them.
Yeah.
You would think that those people.
4.8 million jobs created because the 15 million that's been touted.
Yeah, what a silly number.
We had the number. 72% of them were jobs created under Donald Trump that you were allowed to go back to.
Yeah.
During the pandemic.
Yeah. But even created doesn't mean it was full.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't mean it was filled. And that's the game that they're playing with these employment numbers and what's going on. But you're right. I mean, the part-timers, the people who don't want to work hard, the people, and there is something to say for people. Look, you think we want to work all our lives and work hard? No, we're working now so that hopefully we'll have a future where we can sit back.
That's exactly right.
And that's what we're working for, is that lifestyle. People want that lifestyle without putting any merit into that lifestyle. And most of us sit back and look and go, well, we're not going to pay for it. And that's the biggest problem. You're more than welcome to live on the street. You're more than welcome to give everything up and live wherever you want. But don't come to me saying now that I've been working for the past, 40 years, that I have to do everything that I did. I have to take money away from my savings to pay for you because you chose not to.
But that's exactly what's going to happen.
Of course it is.
Exactly what's
it happens every day.
Think about what they're doing with school debt. You didn't incur that debt, but you're paying for it.
Yeah, well.
You listening right now didn't incur that debt, but you're paying for it. I'm paying for my son's college. I dropped out 3 times. I'm paying for my son's college. I didn't incur that debt, but I'm sure paying for it. And it's funny that you bring up the folks who work hard and would like to retire one day. CNBC, not exactly a conservative outlet because it has NBC attached to it. That should tell you all you need to know about it. They are saying now that 7 in 10 Americans are afraid they're going to die broke because of Bidenomics. That's CNBC saying it.
Yeah.
Good God. These people have worked their entire lives, and now they can't even count on all the money that they've saved because they say, "Oh man, $1 million. That is the golden number that you need to get to." Is exactly right.
So right.
Exactly. If you don't have $1.5 million to $2 million, so you either need a time and a half or double to get to the point where you used to be able to say, I've saved $1 million. I'm going to be just fine.
Yeah. And then you've also got the people who have believed the lie that Social Security will be available for them in the future.
Silliness.
We know that's silliness. And you also have people who are not knowledgeable enough to figure out, what am I going to do? Luckily, there are smart individuals out there that are getting to that retirement age now that say, hey, I still have an opportunity to buy property or land. They're making adjustments because everything that the Biden administration could get their hands on, they're going to try to take away. So you have to figure out, how am I going to be able to retire at this point? And it's scary for most seniors. And now look at the problems. You're not going to be able to buy houses to live in for the rest of your life because of the interest rates. You can't even downsize, and that's going to be huge for some of these families that, like yourself, you want to downsize, you can't afford to downsize into a smaller house. You'll be paying the same amount or even more at this point.
Rhino, more.
Imagine if you were, that retirement age. You're 65, you're about to settle down, and you go, hey, now's the time. Kids are gone. They're finally on their own. It's time for us to downsize. You can't even do that, and you have nothing to live on. We're heading for a complete disaster. And whether you want to blame Biden, you can blame the establishment Republicans, you can blame Trump for overspending, you can blame everybody. But the point is, the government is putting us into a very, very bad situation coming soon.
I think it's interesting that we're talking about retirement because where do most people want to retire to? Someplace warm.
Florida.
Florida's a great example of that. And now you have the Biden administration going, it's not even a toss-up. We got no shot in Florida.
0 shots in Florida. And that's a big, big swing because it used to be a swing state.
It used to be.
I think part of your reasoning for, hey, I wish Georgia was more involved in the political arena.
I was way wrong.
You were way wrong. But it came from, look at Florida. Look at how they're having to deal with this. We had the hanging chads. It was always a close state. Ron DeSantis has made this state untouchable for the Biden administration. And, it's one thing for us to say it, but now his own campaign, his own strategists are saying, forget Florida.
Let's put our money somewhere else.
Put our money somewhere else. Where'd they put their money? Well, they've moved it to Georgia. So with Florida out of play, they're thinking, hey, maybe we go in, we get Atlanta. Today is one of those days that they think they're going to be able to do it. They've opened up campaign headquarters all over Georgia. But I think they are very mistaken, Carlos, because this state is really starting to trend red when you look at not only the midterm elections, but all the polls and momentum that we're seeing now out of Georgia.
Ground game, ground game, ground game. All right, that is what happened in Florida. When you look back at the numbers from 2018 till today, you have 450,000 more registered Republicans than you did in 2018. Okay? That is what has changed the entirety of the state. We can talk about COVID obviously having an influence with the amount of people that moved there, but really it was about ground game. It was about, we've got the people here, let's make sure to get them active, let's make sure to get them involved. You have similar figures here in the state of Georgia where you have somewhere between 6 and 7% more Republicans, people that identify as Republican, than Democrat in the state. Get them registered, get them active. That's how you win these things. That's how it goes all around the country.
Yeah, without a question. Talk to the people you know that go to church with you. Talk to you.
By all means, get involved in your church. Yep. Geez, start talking about this stuff. I hate when the whole pastor game of, well, we're not going to talk about politics here. Talk to your people you go to church with.
I don't even need the pastor to talk about it. No. You need to be talking to the people that you are in community with. Your small groups, the people that share your values, those are the people, because that's going to motivate people. That is what's going to get people out there. And much like CNBC was talking about 7 in 10 Americans are afraid they're going to die broke. I can only imagine that the AJC, as they were typing this out, like there was just fire burning through their paper because they had to admit that Georgia is in pretty rough shape for Joe Biden. Biden is losing 43-38 to Trump, which is outside the margin of error here in Georgia.
Yeah, you're looking at a 5-point swing, and again, out of the margin of error. You're talking about a 3% is usually the margin of error, and that's when the Biden or the Democrats have it. 3% means it's a virtual tie. If Trump has a 5% lead right now, that's a big, big concern. And then when you start looking at it, Georgia's out of touch for Biden. I don't know why they're going to continue. They think they can energize the black community. They see Morehouse, they see Spellman, they see great pandering opportunities, but see, I don't think they realize that the black voters in this city are a lot smarter than they are. They realize they're being pandered to, and they've moved away. Not only them, the 18 to 29-year-old, that stat from the AJC poll, oh my gosh, they probably hated writing that. Ooh. That only 17% are breaking for Biden compared to 30% for Trump, and RFK Jr. is in second.
Yeah.
Not a good look for the Biden administration.
Florida out of touch, out of reach. Georgia's out of reach. Matter of fact, most of the swing states are out of reach.
Yeah, you're going to lose Arizona too, dude, probably.
Virginia's a dead heat.
Virginia.
You got Minnesota that's a toss-up. Michigan, Wisconsin.
Wisconsin is moving towards Trump.
Dude.
Pennsylvania and Ohio.
If this, unless they cheat in some way that we have not even considered, which they will.
They will.
We got to make this thing too big to rig.
They're already
the way it is.
Immigrants. That's who they have. They're trying to register immigrants to vote.
Too big to rig. Make it
illegal.
Too big to rig. Morning Xtra and Xtra 106.3. When we come back, we'll knock out the headlines. And Democrats may be to blame for the defeat of Jamal Bowman in New York. Are Democrats targeting the squad quietly? Could be. We'll talk about it next on Xtra 106.3. Tonight, you can listen to the debate between Trump and Biden at 9 o'clock here on Xtra 106.3, live from downtown Atlanta.
The Kimmer Show is only live on Xtra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
And ever since the 90s, every time Wall Street goes up, it seems all the rest of us go down in a lot of areas.
Yeah, it happened to me.
The more successful they are, the worse off the rest of the country is.
Well, The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
When it comes to protecting your assets and ensuring peace of mind, trust the expertise of Nelson Elder Care Law. Our Absolute Protection Trust is designed to provide unparalleled asset protection. Visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com to discover how our specialized services can safeguard your family's future and assets, offering you the assurance you deserve. NelsonElderCareLaw.com.
AgPro is celebrating the grand opening of their new location at 800 Progressive Way on Friday, June 28th and Saturday, June 29th. If you've been thinking about a John Deere riding mower, a compact tractor, utility tractor, a skid steer, or excavator, stop into AgPro for the best prices of the year. We have all of your residential riding and zero-turn mowers, as well as a full line of commercial mowers, and AgPro has the largest selection of steel equipment around. So stop in for lunch on Friday, June 28th or Saturday, June 29th during the grand opening of AgPro in Marietta. Get more info online at agproco.com.
When you're leaving the house, do you plead with your garage door? Please open, please open. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. Let us take that anxiety away with one quick call. Our highly trained technicians will get to the bottom of your garage door issues. It could be a simple repair, a malfunctioning opener, or maybe just needs a tune-up. But if it's time for your garage door to be replaced, we'll make that easy too with upfront pricing and free estimates. When trust matters, trust us. All, the number 4, Seasons Garages.com.
Hey, it's Tug from my friends, the Frost family of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about their family's company all the time here on Extra 106.3. First Liberty has helped hundreds of small businesses grow by saying yes when the big banks say no. On Wall Street, opportunities to earn big returns are everywhere. But for Main Street investors, those opportunities are hard to find. Until now. Our First Liberty notes are now open to qualified Main Street investors, paying interest rates of 8 to 13% while helping fuel the growth of small businesses right here in Georgia. With a few basic qualifications and with as little as $25,000, qualified Main Street investors just like you can earn an 8 to 13% interest rate. If this is you, they'd love to hear from you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com and consider joining the First Liberty family today. That's FirstLibertyGA.com. FirstLibertyGA.com.
First Liberty notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. Purchasers must verify their SEC accredited investor status. Securities are not being offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
Hi, it's Glenn Beck, and I saw a statistic recently that jumped out at me. In 2017, home equity grew by a staggering $908 billion in America. That represents a 12% increase year over year. For most Americans, home equity is the biggest chunk of their personal wealth. At realestateagentsitrust.com, we see adult children who seek our help and sell their parents' homes. Often, the home is in a distant city and the condition of the home can be poor. And of course, our agents at realestateagentsitrust.com go above and beyond to help those families sell these homes. And that's a great feeling for everybody involved, including us. But it makes me wonder if there might be a better way. Have you considered looking at the equity you have in your home? It might be smart to sell now and downsize and have that equity to enjoy your golden years. If so, I urge you to go to realestateagentsitrust.com and let one of our agents see what might be possible by leveraging the equity in your home. realestateagentsitrust.com. That's realestateagentsitrust.com.
Extra 106.3 and Fox are red. CNN and CBS are blue. If you want conservative news and talk, we have just the app for you. Search for the Extra app wherever you download apps.
Tug, Rhino, Los on the Morning Extra at Extra 106.3. Download the app so you can listen live and on demand. Tonight you can listen to the debate from downtown Atlanta here on Extra, live from downtown, live on Extra. 9 o'clock is when you can hear it.
Stay out of downtown.
Stay out. And my youngun's going down there to the soccer match.
Take the Marta.
Yeah, he's definitely doing that. That's what they did last week for the Argentina game, man. He's gotten into soccer. He likes it a whole bunch. I don't know what's going on. I just tell him, don't touch it with your hands. That's all.
That's your advice.
That's it. That's the only thing I know.
Got.
That's all I got.
All right.
And you're not supposed to yell "kick it." I learned that as Jacob when he was like 5 or 6 or something. He was playing soccer, and the only thing I knew was "kick it." And so I was trying to cheer for him. The more you know.
Kick it.
Kick it. And his coach was a woman who is in the Soccer Hall of Fame at Auburn University.
Oh, wow.
So she came over and she pulled all the parents together and she was like, look, I know y'all are cheering on your kids and I think it's great that y'all are out here supporting.
Oh.
It's like, can you just not yell, kick it?
So
I didn't know what else to say, so I never cheered anymore.
So,
don't touch it. Don't touch it with your hands.
So basically, she went soccer snob on you.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, I guess if you have, 10 sets of parents and they're all just yelling, kick it.
See, these are what these people don't get. It's not the same as me saying, hey, let's kick a touchdown.
Right.
Okay,
right,
that's just incorrect.
Yeah, right.
They are kicking the ball.
They are, yes. All that's true. But I just stopped cheering. I just didn't cheer anymore. I was just like, yay.
These are the sort of things that turn regular red-blooded American sports fan against a soccer fan.
No, I agree. Yeah. I agree.
Do you yell hit it at a baseball game?
Yeah, let's get a big hit. Let's go, kid. Hit it hard. Hit it hard.
Go.
So, yeah, I guess you're right.
Put the bat on the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, you do.
Catch it.
Yeah.
Catch it.
Yeah,
Catch it.
Yeah, do not drop this ball. If you drop that ball, I'm going to yell obscenities at you. That's you have that. And but that's the thing. Yeah, they would
kick it.
I don't think I'd like that lady.
Yeah, you would. She's very sweet. She goes to church with me. You'd like her. She's a nice lady.
Attractive?
Very, very lovely. Yes. Her and her husband are fantastic folks. 3 beautiful kids.
Because there's stuff you'll put up with when somebody's attractive.
Yeah. But she's she's my friend's wife, so I can't.
But that's what happens when you're an attractive person in this country. Yeah, you don't know what's going to happen.
I do.
They could go through a divorce.
No.
Laura could leave you, and next thing you know,
and then you're like, I won't say kick it.
I move over there.
Yeah, because she wouldn't have me because I would have said kick it too much.
Be like, I've changed my ways.
She wouldn't have me because I said kick it too much.
I've now said spread out, pass the ball.
That's right. What would you
look for the striker?
How do you cheer at a soccer match? Because I really
I'm
don't
not
know
screaming
the answer.
about find the open space.
No, you go go.
Well, I know that. I know the goal thing. But outside of that, how do you cheer? Like, let's go. Let's hit them hard, kid. Let's go. Let's
Come on, play well. Play well.
Football. You're like, tackle him.
Cut in, switch it. Oh, yeah. There's a whole bunch of phrases.
Did they really do that though? At the soccer?
I yell switch it.
Okay.
If there's a guy open on the other side of the field,
dumber than kick it.
Well, it kind of does. But isn't that like a coaching? Are you? Is it like almost like coaching a little bit? Like, are you coaching from the stands?
Yeah.
You have no idea what you're talking about. I mean,
this is where the NFL has it right. Because the NFL, everything is the same. It just is this: you hand it off to the running back, you hand it off to a wide receiver on an end around. Quarterback takes off. No matter what, it's just go.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all.
Great run.
Is it in soccer?
Doesn't really matter how it goes.
Go.
Yes,
Okay,
it is.
All right.
It is. I mean,
all right.
I don't understand what's wrong with kick it.
I don't either. I guess you got
head it. I guess you can say head it.
10 parents yelling at it continually for an hour-long practice.
Isn't it about like cheering alone? Like just cheer your kids on, make them feel good.
Yes, I thought that.
Kick it, head it, touch it.
Yeah.
2 hours though is when your son's going to commit to this, and that's why it's very popular with young people.
Yeah, he said
it's not your whole night.
He loved the passion, the enthusiasm. He said it reminded him of SEC football.
Yeah,
that's what it reminded him of.
Maybe you could yell, "Pass it to the young boy with blindness."
Right.
He's not a blind person.
Yeah.
It's a person
you
with
can't
blindness.
say pass it to the blind kid.
No, you can't. No
pass
more.
it to the kid with blindness.
The Biden campaign has said you can't do that, or I guess administration, the Biden campaign.
Yeah, told all the bureaucrats out there that here's the language you're going to use.
Yeah, that's right. This is what you got. You don't have any other choice. But anyway.
Pass it to the kid whose parents thinks he's a girl.
That's right. The squad seems to have a hard time with what's happening right now because you had Jamal Bowman get just golly-whopped. 17 points he loses in New York in a Democrat primary. Now, the guy that replaces him, I don't know how much better or worse this guy is. I don't know much about him. I guess we'll learn as they most likely will win in New York City. But the fact that Jamal Bowman lost by so much, does it set up for Democrats undercutting the squad? Because maybe that'd be the answer.
Yeah, because what you saw was a more moderate Democrat get a lot of money brought into this campaign into what is in general terms, really, when it comes to a national election, because it is a seat that you will represent, and it's in a, obviously U.S. Congress. they are putting a lot of money behind their moderate Democrats. Why? Well, they're tired of the anti-Semitic squad. They're tired of the tyrannical minority that I talk about. They've had enough. They've had enough of the division. They've had enough of the hatred. Don't forget these squad members, okay? So as much as people are going to put out there, Marjorie Taylor Greene said Jewish space lasers, which of course we know she didn't. We have to remember that these people have elected officials in both the Senate and the House that have called for the genocide of Jews, Jamal Bowman being one of them. The next one to fall is Cori Bush. Cori Bush right now is in a statistical tie with a more moderate Democrat. And again, Democrat donors are putting their money behind that person rather than Cori Bush. Cori Bush, of course, also calling for the genocide of Jews by her chants and her support of the pro-terrorists. So you're looking at now, and especially in an area where Cori Bush is, Missouri, she had a stronghold there. She's losing that quick. Now, Missouri is a pretty red state, so you kind of can expect it, and they may lose to the conservative counterpart, but right now, Democrats are taking out the squad, and it looks like they're going to come after AOC. We've already seen it once.
Good.
Yep, absolutely, because she's the next one to go.
Good.
Ayanna Pressley should be worried. Yep.
Adios.
Ilhan Omar.
Yes.
You see the tides turning there. So we are going to see a lot of this coming up, and I think it's a very, very telling thing what's going to happen in 2024 when you see someone like Lauren Boebert, who you would look at if you're on the Democrats as pretty much the same as the far left progressives. You look at Lauren Boebert as a MAGA extremist. She wins. The country's getting more conservative. They're getting rid of this tyrannical minority that causes division.
So there is something to the communists versus street communists. We talk about the people that are looking to ascend into the party where they're suddenly untouchable. They're part of now the group that gets to make the decisions, and they get to reap the financial rewards. I was listening on the way home from volleyball practice yesterday to Jesse Kelly, and he had pointed out as he was having fun with Bowman about how he's out. Okay, yeah, he got smashed. Why did that happen? Because he couldn't get rid of street communist. Like, he got into the house and didn't quit being street. The thing is, you do have people like AOC who's learned how to play the game.
Oh, yeah. She's good at it.
It's like, I ain't being street communist anymore. I'm still good. My politics is the same.
Oh, yeah.
But now I'm going to show you that, oh, look, I have a softer side. I'm
like
not
James
as hard as crazy.
Like James Hardy.
Like James Hardy. But that's the game. It's like Bowman never got rid of it, and they realized we can't elect people like this because look what they do.
Yeah, she's really smart in the fact that what she's done is kind of aligned a little bit with the Biden administration and has kind of said, hey, okay, I'll pull back on that because you guys have asked me to. So she's doing their bidding. A lot of these people, obviously, we've seen Cori Bush, Ayanna Pressley, and someone like Ilhan Omar who talk about the Biden administration, put them down. They're on the outside. They're the street communists that Carlos is talking about. Jamal Bowman, one of them. They were pretty embarrassed at the fact that he pulled the fire alarm, whether they want to admit it or not.
For sure, because
they
it's foolish. And everybody recognizes it as such.
They don't want that anymore. They want that out. They know they're losing on that. That's why, again, these are down ballot. Whether I know it's not November. I know it's not on the ballot right now. These are down ballot elections you're seeing in primaries of them primarying out the progressives. They want them out of this party. And you know what? We see the same thing on the other side. We see the establishment Republicans. We see the Adam Kinzingers, the Liz Cheneys, the Mitt Romneys trying to get rid of the Lauren Boeberts, the Marjorie Taylor Greenes. A lot of them don't want any of this anymore. Now, the good things about Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert, maybe not Lauren Boebert as much, obviously, as a Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene's coming with good stuff, good legislation. I know that nobody recognizes the legislation that she's putting through to protect children and do the other things because they do hear her rhetoric, which could be dangerous for her in the future. But right now, she's in a solid state. She's not racist the way that they put him out. Jamal Bowman is, and the Jews in New York saw it. The Jews in New York are going to see in the Bronx, they're going to see AOC as an anti-Semite. It is going to catch up to them.
But does it happen nationally, too? Because I think that's really important for this election because it's going to be razor thin, Lowe's. I mean, even the AJC is saying most people have made up their mind as to what they're going to do in November, who they're going to vote for. So those margins are so very important.
Don't you find it so strange that we live in this society where information moves so incredibly quickly and we make our decisions so fast? because we have in the past always talked about the October surprise, this new information, and what are you going to do with it? And realistically, we can point out when the Hunter Biden laptop did come out, and you had the amount of people that said, wow, that would really probably change the way I view Joe Biden. I'm not saying they would change their vote. What I'm saying is, from a polling perspective, they might have stayed home.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think we are seeing it down ballot. And the reason I brought up Lauren Boebert is she didn't win in her district. She moved over a district and still won. So that shows you down ballot people, voters are looking for, number one, a more conservative candidate. And
that's
number
happening
two,
worldwide, too.
Yes. And number two, a GOP candidate as well. They're moving towards more conservative policies. They like Trump's policies. They don't like his mouth.
Yeah,
but they do like his policies.
I get it.
They don't like Jamal Bowman's mouth, but he also gives you no policy.
That's right. He'd give him bad policy and a bad balance.
Yes.
So that's a dope. Yep. I feel like Forrest Gump. Remember when he was on the shrimp and boat? And it ran through the dock, and he's just standing there waving. That's what I feel like with all the squad members as they just fall one by one, just waving. Like
there's nothing eating him up more than the fact that Jamal Bowman, he didn't lose. Yeah. He got crushed.
Gollywog.
He lost by 17 points in a blue district to a more, moderate Democrat. Still blue. Yeah. But look, do I trust, his opponent? No.
That's what I said earlier. Can a Republican then knock him off?
Yes.
And I say Republican loosely because I don't like the Republicans for the most part. But.
Well, you look at New York. That's one of those. In California, you're seeing it a little bit in California with some of their more conservative candidates getting into House seats and Senate races that you're like, wow, this is a good shot. Steve Garvey's one of them. Never should have had a chance, but did because he is more conservative. In New York, you saw Lee Zeldin pull some numbers that we never should have seen, and that was 2 years ago.
The 7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Van Sant Law. If you're in an accident, make the right call, and that is vansantlaw.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Thursday, June 27th. Atlanta traffic will surely be impacted and heavier than normal today as the city takes center stage in two big events. The presidential debate between former President Donald Trump and President Joe Biden, taking place on the Georgia Tech campus tonight at 9, will force the city to close all streets around the downtown campus. The candidates are expected to arrive hours before the 9 p.m. debate, causing rolling interstate blocks as well. Meanwhile, the Copa America game between Team USA and Panama will bring thousands of visitors to Mercedes-Benz Stadium for a 6 p.m. start. The Georgia Court of Appeals has ordered Fulton County Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee to temporarily halt proceedings against Misty Hampton in the county's election interference case until it considers the removal of the Fulton County DA's office and DA Fonnie Willis. Other defendants in the case have asked for clarification on whether to stay. Also appeals to the remaining defendants. The Court of Appeals has not addressed that request yet. And the Atlanta Braves split yesterday's doubleheader with the Cardinals. The Braves took Game 1 6-2 behind an impressive performance by Jared Kelenic, who had 3 hits, including a 2-run homer. Game 2 was not as good for the Braves as they fell 4-1. The Braves now head to Chicago to take on the White Sox this evening.
When we come back on Extra 106.3, X, formerly known as Twitter, just became even more valuable thanks to the U.S. Supreme Court. Explain next on Extra 106.3. You're home for the Biden-Trump debate tonight at 9. Live from downtown Atlanta, live on Extra 106.3.
Hey, it's Rhino from the Morning Extra, getting your weekday morning started from 6 to 10 a.m.
What this all reminds me of is the last scene in The Wizard of Oz, where the guy in the little curtain in the corner saying, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. That is exactly what is going on in our country today, and I want to thank you guys for pointing it out to everyone in a way in which people don't really have an argument to not understand what you're saying.
The Morning Extra, 6 to 10 a.m. on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Hello, America. It's Los, and you too, Atlanta. Let's talk about Steele and Howard Brothers, because when you talk about separating, typical from stunning, well, what's the difference? It's the details, okay? That is what makes up when you talk about something being special. And for those of you who want to take your outdoor space into something beyond average and make it stunning. That is where Steel Power Equipment offers you that ability. You can check them out over at Howard Brothers. Create your dream garage of tools with the Steel Combi system. The variety of attachments will save you time, energy, and money. Your yard will be the envy of the neighborhood. Let's face it. Let's see. I had my old man moment yesterday when I was like, man, my yard really needs some rain, and we're going to get 3 days of it. Well, then after that's done, then you got to go ahead and get out in your yard and take care of it. Do it with your Steel Power Equipment from Howard Brothers. Steel isn't sold in the big box stores or online. But don't worry. All you got to do is head on over to Howard Brothers, and you will discover all of the Steel Power Equipment and talk with the Howard Brothers experts who will tell you not only how to use it, but how to maintain it. The grass is always greener when you take care of it with Steel and Howard Brothers.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one has been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT. Or online at atlbail.com.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
The warm air, the beautiful weather, and the sounds of baseball. It's got you thinking about hitting the road. And no matter where your adventures take you, Subaru of Gwinnett has a vehicle to get you there safely and in style. Like the 2024 Subaru Outback, which will take you as far as you want to explore with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, plus up to 32 miles per gallon. And if you're up for adventure, it'll get you off the beaten path with up to 9.5 inches of ground clearance, more than the Honda CR-V or Toyota RAV4. Or the 2024 Subaru Forester, the SUV for all you love. It's the right size SUV for all the adventures ahead, with a spacious and comfortable interior for everyone you want to bring along. No matter where adventure takes you, it starts on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth with the amazing staff at Subaru of Gwinnett. They'll help you find the Subaru that you'll love and be there every step of the way for everything you need. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
Securing America.
Several weeks after President Biden took executive action to limit illegal migrant crossings at the southern border, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas says the measures are having a positive effect.
Across the entire southern border, Border Patrol encounters have dropped by over 40%.
Mayorkas was in Tucson, Arizona Wednesday.
We are imposing stricter consequences for those who cross the border without authorization.
However, the recent killings of a Maryland mother of 5 and a 12-year-old girl from Houston, in which illegal migrants are the suspects, the arrests of 8 Tajikistani nationals with ties to ISIS, and a new report that DHS has identified over 400 people brought to the U.S. by an ISIS-affiliated smuggling network all raise concerns. Mayorkas says,
if an individual is of concern from a national security or a public safety perspective, they are a priority for detention.
Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
Tonight, Atlanta is the center of the political universe as Donald Trump and Joe Biden go head-to-head in the first presidential debate. Live on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
Don't ever use the word smart with me.
Oh, give me a break.
Because you know what? There's nothing smart about you, Joe.
Okay.
This is a can't-miss event, and Xtra brings it to you live starting at 9 p.m. Trump and Biden in the first debate of the election. Live on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra 106.3 app.
I swear that clip must be manipulated. It has to be. There's no way that it's not. Don't ever use smart with me again, Joe. You're not smart. Okay. This is so great.
I mean, he's not wrong.
I know, but I'm like, there's no way that really came down the way it just sounded. I could be wrong. Morning Xtra at Xtra 106.3. That debate from downtown Atlanta tonight, live from Atlanta, live on Xtra at 9 p.m. Did y'all know that there is an asteroid that's flying by the Earth, I guess tonight or tomorrow night?
Oh,
it's soon. I'll have to pull it back. Yeah. But this thing, they said is the size of Mount Everest. It's not. I mean, this thing's freaking gigantic.
Well, I saw the documentary Armageddon. And sometimes you got to deal with these things.
What do you do? Because I never saw that movie. You
fly ships up to it,
and then you drill.
You drill and explode them.
You land
on the asteroid.
Yes. Drill, put dynamite in, leave.
You don't use astronauts.
Oh, what do you use?
Oil well drillers.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Well, yeah, like Trace Adkins or something.
Yeah, you go to Houston, you go offshore, you find guys working on a rig, you say, hey, you ever thought about going to space and blowing up asteroids?
Need you to save the world.
Man, this documentary,
Let's go, Bruce.
I need to watch this one. This is one that I feel like I'm missing out because you're the documentary guys and you would know.
This is an important documentary.
This is an important documentary that I need to see.
I thought so too. I mean, I know we can't get people off the space station, but we can definitely fly a spaceship and land on a moving comet.
We can use the moon's gravity to slingshot around and then land on the asteroid, which is the size of Texas, y'all.
That's right.
Yeah. So,
Oh, there it is.
Dude, this is the soundtrack of the documentary. I know this one. Aerosmith.
Soundtrack to the documentary.
It's Aerosmith.
Yeah.
It's Aerosmith.
Aerosmith was very impressed with the technology they used to film this documentary that they said, we'd like to be a part of the soundtrack. That's how big this documentary is.
Listen to this. Roughly the size of Mount Everest, 1.4 miles wide, and is predicted to have a 1 in 71 million chance of hitting Earth. This is the closest.
So you're saying
encounter.
there's a chance?
Yeah, 4 million miles from Earth. Yeah, there is a chance. 4 million miles from Earth. Today, the closest encounter in over 100 years. Where's Aerosmith when you need him?
Yeah.
I mean, where's Liv Tyler?
Okay.
Who else was in this movie?
We need to get Ben Affleck.
There's Ben Affleck. That's right. He's busy divorcing J-Lo. He ain't got time.
But if we needed to destroy this asteroid, we know what to do.
Yes.
Or we could act like the Democrats, just be like, don't look up. Don't look up. Don't worry about it hitting you. It's not there.
I feel like we're at a high school prom.
If one the size of Everest, is that a global killer?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I would
imagine.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like the size of a lesbian Subaru.
No.
Like those burn up right in the atmosphere.
Yeah, that has no chance.
By the way, I saw it was Joe and our other coworker who put their Subarus side by side. So
home team.
You might have another Subaru out there later.
I'm telling you, we're gonna lock arms one day.
Yeah.
There is later this week.
I wonder if he knows what it is.
I don't know. We need to
home team looks more like a lesbian than Joe, I think.
Okay. There's a much smaller asteroid, roughly the size of a stadium, that was discovered days ago. It'll pass later this week within roughly 75% of the distance of the moon. I don't know why they're trying to make me do math. Just tell me how far.
That's not a global killer.
Yeah, no, this is the size of a stadium.
Although, it's a global killer if it would hit, but it's not going to hit us.
But if the size of Mount Everest, yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Size of a stadium, a lot of those get burnt up anyway. Although
they break apart.
When you see what happened in Russia, 70 years
was
ago.
Was that 1908?
Yeah, something crazy where you see the amount of destruction it had when it exploded over the atmosphere. You're like, that's bad. It's very bad.
The Tunguska event.
There you go.
Siberia.
There you go.
Yeah, look at there.
Man, I'm so glad you know this without even looking at your phone.
No, I'm totally looking at my phone.
I was trying to pump you up here.
I know.
Theater of the mind, Tug. Pretend you're smarter than you are.
I can't. Well, I'm not. And people know I dropped out of college 3 times. They don't expect me to be smart. Have you heard me talk? Good Lord. No, June 30th is Asteroid Day.
Oh, well,
and
that's ironic.
Well, that's when that big old asteroid hit in Siberia. The explosion was believed to be the largest observed asteroid strike, 1,000 times more powerful than the blast at Hiroshima.
Now, let me ask you a question.
Hiroshima.
I'm not in any way whatsoever Neil deGrasse Tyson in any regard, but isn't there a chance?
You're afraid of COVID too?
Yeah. Isn't there?
I'm so smart, I'm terrified of COVID.
I'm so smart.
Well, that's why I said I am not a Neil deGrasse Tyson by any means. But I will say this. What are I don't know, satellite junk, all the stuff that we've now put up in orbit. There's a chance, right, that something kind of gets out of orbit, like kicks that asteroid a little bit, throws it off its path, and
maybe
it does move towards us.
Maybe.
Don't look up.
I mean, the sheer size of those things, nothing. The joke has been that we would use nuclear weapons as a deterrent. The fact is they're traveling so fast, it would be like, I don't know, using like a BB gun against Tug trying to get to fries.
Yeah.
It's like it ain't stopping him.
It ain't stopping,
buddy. There's nothing gonna stop.
Put a little
him.
hole in his jacket and keep going.
Yeah, exactly. You'd be like, ooh, did it change him? No,
Nah.
he's still out for fries.
Yeah.
Brush it off. Nothing like
He's
nothing.
dipping his fry in the
It'd be like throwing a Q-tip at Tug when he's after for fries.
Buddy,
Stop.
You better be ready for a fight.
Yeah.
There's not many things that'll get between me and those for fries when you've had too many liquor drinks after a concert and you need to get to McDonald's quick.
Yeah. A Q-tip in the eye, though.
Yeah.
I might get.
You just have to jab my eyes out. It wouldn't
Here's the thing. The documentary told you have to drill.
You have to drill it.
Then you put the Q-tip in.
Upload it.
Got
Right.
That's right. Got it. I'm glad we got that documentary. I need to go watch it. That way I can be refreshed and know how to avoid.
Asteroid Day. Watch it on Asteroid Day.
Yeah, that's a great idea, Rhino. What day is the 30th? What day is that? Next Monday?
3 days.
3 days
4
from now?
days,
What
2
is
days.
that? Wait, no. I forget.
27 today, so.
So those will be Saturday, is that right?
Yeah.
Sunday.
Sunday.
Thank you.
What a day.
All right. Yeah, well, that'd be good. Twitter just became that much more valuable, Los. It's already the #1 news site on every social media platform or every app platform around the world.
I invite Rhino to join me in this because I think Justice Alito had a really good point about this. When you had the Supreme Court decide that the case against the Biden administration and influencing social media, the injunction that had been filed, because that was what was ruled on, the injunction, that basically the Supreme Court did not feel that there were enough damages by the plaintiffs to say, yes, the administration can no longer reach out to social media and tell them what can and cannot be posted. And so that's the standard by which we're now going to live until we have the next good case that comes against this.
Yeah, the precedent was set. Here's what's going to end up happening. This was brought by 2 attorney generals who the Supreme Court then decided that as elected officials, attorney generals, they didn't have the right to go ahead and pull this case and bring it to the Supreme Court. It wasn't thrown out because they don't believe that the Biden administration probably shouldn't have gotten with private industry like Facebook and influenced the way people thought by removing posts. Everything that was laid out about COVID turned out to be true. So the defendants in it were correct and the information was true, should never have been taken down. But because they brought it up, it wasn't a big deal. The precedent has now been set. And this is where Democrats need to start opening up their eyes to realize that what the Biden administration is doing, what the left is celebrating today, is that the Supreme Court set precedent that when Donald Trump gets elected in 2024, he has the right to go to Elon Musk, who might believe more with Donald Trump than anyone else, and will now suppress all their lies and their misinformation.
The next great opportunity is going to be Alex Berenson. Alex Berenson, because he's going to be able to do his case and point out that the administration actually did him harm.
Yeah.
Because that was the issue that the Supreme Court did not feel that just because you silenced conservative speech on any of these platforms, you did not do harm to these plaintiffs.
Yeah, this is far from over.
You need a Mark Zuckerberg or an Elon Musk to step up and actually sue over this because they're the ones who will be impacted by being the owners of this private industry.
Nothing is over there at the Supreme Court. There will be more lawsuits. Count on it. Morning Extra, Extra 106.3, Tug, Rhino, and Los, home of the debate between Biden and Trump tonight, 9, live on Extra 106.3. When we come back, everything you need to know about tonight's moderators on Extra 106.3.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
A story for you from a book by Chris Wallace, Countdown to Bin Laden. Based on CIA reports, the final White House meeting is being held on whether or not to actually go after Osama bin Laden. Around the table, you have Barack Obama, his Vice President, Slow Joe Biden, Ash Carter, Defense Secretary, Leon Panetta, head of the CIA, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. They consider all the alternatives and the intelligence. Obama says go. Joe Biden says don't go. Hillary Clinton reluctantly agrees. Ash Carter, Defense Secretary, no, he was in that Carter mess trying to get the Iranian hostages, so he didn't like the idea. Well, at the end, the vote was 3 to go, 2 not to go. Joe Biden and Ash Carter. As the meeting ends, Obama calls Leon Panetta aside and says, you know what? We have 3-2. I really wish we had 4 votes. Panetta says, leave it to me. He's in the limo with Ash Carter, heading back to the office. Panetta looks at him and says, you know, you told me that for the last 30 years, Joe Biden never got a major decision right, and now you're voting with him against going after Osama bin Laden. Ash Carter says, you know what? You're right. Give me the phone. Makes a call back to Barack Obama and says, I'm in. The vote is now 4-1, and Osama bin Laden takes the great eternal celestial dirt nap. The one vote against going after Osama bin Laden, the one vote, was Joe Biden. Put that in your recipe for deciding who to vote for. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Fox on Tech.
The cyborgs have arrived, not necessarily from the future, and we don't know if they're targeting future resistance leaders. Tokyo University says their scientists are successfully attaching real human skin to the face of robots. This is accomplished by copying human skin tissue and then tying it down to the artificial material that makes up the underlying face bones, if you will, of the robot's visage. Those tie-downs are made of elastin and collagen. They're essentially ligaments. The end result isn't something resembling a young and brawny Arnold Schwarzenegger, but the skin more easily moved with the robot's movement, unlike a synthetic covering. And if it did tear, it healed itself. The researchers say they'll spend years learning about the applications for these techniques, but it could be useful to learn things about aging or plastic and reconstructive surgery. With Fox on Tech, I'm Eben Brown, Fox News.
Hey, it's Tug. The Morning Xtra has you covered from 6 to 10, and Kimmer's got you on the ride home.
On this day in 2019, 11-judge panel from the 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals decided to review its decision on whether Led Zeppelin plagiarized Stairway to Heaven from the opening guitar riff on Spirit's 1968 track, Taurus. What are we listening to here, Flounder? Which one is this? Is this Led Zeppelin or Taurus?
This is Led Zeppelin, Stairway to Heaven. The fact that you had to ask that question.
I don't know that. I never liked the song. When they started playing this music, I'd try to listen to the freaking Beach Boys so you can all eat me. How about that? I hate this crap. What's that dancing music?
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
The election is still more than 4 months away. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, but the first Trump-Biden showdown is tonight, the CNN presidential debate.
We hope that these moderators, who both have a long history of anti-Trump statements, will put those aside to, again, focus on the issues that matter to the millions of people who will be tuning in tonight.
Trump campaign spokesperson Caroline Leavitt also just told Fox.
We hope they will ask Joe Biden why he lied to CNN's face on the debate stage in 2020 about the existence of the Hunter Biden laptop. And we hope that they will focus on inflation and immigration.
President Biden's been prepping and practicing at Camp David. Fox's Jackie Heinrich reports from the White House. Democrats
put up billboards around Atlanta welcoming former President Trump as a convicted felon, finding ways to get under Trump's skin, a key goal for Team Biden staffers, according to an NBC report.
In 2 hours, we'll get more Supreme Court rulings with cases left to decide as justices end this term. Among them, the Trump claim he should be immune from prosecution and one that got leaked.
That document, quickly removed, but not before being viewed by Bloomberg News, shows the justices appearing to side with the Biden administration in a challenge to Idaho's restrictive abortion law. The case centers on whether federal law supersedes the state on performing abortions in emergency situations to protect a patient's health.
Fox's Jared Halpern. An attempted military coup fails in South America. A Bolivian general now under arrest.
Supporters of President Luis Arce gathered in the capital, La Paz.
They wanted to topple our president, says one, but the Bolivian people didn't allow it. The rebellion is over, but Bolivia's political and economic problems remain unsolved.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. Houthi militants have attacked yet another ship in the Red Sea from Yemen. A U.S. coalition warship is on the way, responding to a distress call. It's believed to be the third ship targeted by the Iran-backed militants in that region this week. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey guys, Donald Trump Jr. here. Let me ask you this. Does inflation feel worse than what we're being told in the news? That's because the official inflation rate doesn't tell the whole story. Since January 2021, the cost of living has increased by 17.9%. You can't get that money back. But what you can do is stop your losses today. How? By diversifying your savings into a gold IRA from my friends at Birch Gold Group. When you're done, your money will be parked in a tangible asset with a proven history. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word PROTECT to 989898. I trust Birch Gold. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax advantaged status. So text PROTECT to 989898. That's PROTECT to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
You're right, and so are we. Welcome to Extra 1063.
Download the Extra 1063 app so you can listen live and on demand to great conservative discussion, thought, and ideas throughout the day that you will not hear anywhere else. So it is National Sunglasses Day. And I noticed that Rhino, you had brought in your sunglasses on top of your hat. They're right there, over to the right. I can see them from here.
Oh, there they are.
I mean, dude, those are like legit, like...
These are Costas.
Dude, Costas are so expensive.
Yeah, they are.
Dude, what made you in the world made you go and buy that?
Aaron bought it.
Oh.
So Aaron gets a discount for them because her brother
Who is this Aaron you speak of?
Girlfriend Aaron.
There we go.
Beautiful girlfriend Aaron. Yeah, her brother is a very, very famous fly fisherman guy down in Argentina. So he has a connection with Costa, so they get a discount on them. And then when they break, they really take good care of them. So they sent her an extra pair. And well, I was lucky enough to get
beneficiary.
Yeah, I was the beneficiary. But yeah, it's one of those things that he even guided Roger Waters. That's how Roger Waters hired him.
That's big time there, man.
That's big time. But these glasses are the greatest, man. I don't like expensive glasses. I buy the cheapest ones I could possibly buy. But if you're going to hand me a nice pair, and I realize it, you know what I realize about these? You can see tilapia in the water when you put these on because they're polarized. Yeah. So if you're bow fishing for tilapia, you can see them easier, and they have this like little pink color to them. And if you take these off, you don't see them at all under the water.
Man, it's like X-ray vision.
It is. They're amazing.
I am 7 years removed from having a nice pair of sunglasses.
Me too.
Because I had them sitting on my bag at the old building we all used to work in. They had a tour that came through, and somebody lifted my Ray-Bans.
No.
Yes.
So what do you buy now? Like $25 pair?
Yeah.
Because everything's like $25.
Yeah, everything's $25.
I've been ordering the Gooders. Goodr.
Yeah, DR.
Yeah. So they're $25. They're polarized. Yeah. And Jacob
Here's my backup pair. These are my ones when I have to
pretend I'm
Ray-Bans.
I mean, they look great, but those are not Ray-Bans.
Those are your Joe Bidens.
These are my Joe Bidens. These are I call these dementia.
Have you seen my dementia glasses?
Where are my dementia glasses?
Oh.
Yeah.
Can't wait for the debate tonight at 9 o'clock.
So great. You just got to, that's our preview of the debate.
That's right. Here it is again. We're vacation visited. What in the world?
There you go.
Yeah,
that's being said.
That's the prep. That's live inside the Camp David.
I mean, we've all been there. And at the time, I was eating a hamburger on the floor.
Yeah.
Just like David Hasselhoff.
That's right. So good.
By the way, I'm being asked now. Hemispheres Unlimited is the name of Justin's. They do trout fishing, fly fishing, and all the guided tours down in Argentina. All over the world.
You got to get down there, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll probably just go to.
But it's a lot less expensive than you think to do something that beautiful and wonderful.
But to get to Argentina seems expensive.
Well,
yeah,
it's fun.
It's just money.
$2,000, whatever.
It's just money. Yeah. I mean, $2,000.
He's got this great lodge. They set him up and they go all over the mountains. It's beautiful.
No, it sounds awesome. It sounds amazing.
Hemisphere Unlimited if you want to book the tour.
I would love to do it. Let's
do it.
I don't got an
I think
extra
it's
$2,000.
show research. Let's go.
Man, fishing guides are all cool to me.
Yeah. Heck yeah, they are.
They're so smart.
Any kind of guide though is kind of cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if you're a hunting guide, you know, if you're a
those ones on the buses in like the city sometimes drive me nuts.
Well, I mean like real hunting guys. I mean guys
in New York. That's where Jerry Seinfeld went to the deli. Like
I don't consider that hunting though.
That depending on the weather,
the
time of year, the atmospheric conditions, these guys know where to go in order to get game.
Dude,
that's cool.
When we were down in PCB, we went down to the Redneck Riviera down there before, what was it, Memorial Day? Is that the one in the beginning? Yeah. So it was like the weekend before that. And we hired, a fishing guide, and he took us out. And that's when we caught all those. Dude.
They know everything.
We went to...
It's like Captain Tim down by Carlos.
Yes, that's
Captain Tim does the same thing.
Because they've been there so long, they understand what's happening. They know the trends and the way the water moves, just all of it. And this dude took us off the Air Force Base down in PCB. And dude, every time, this was like, I don't know, probably 8 feet of water, maybe. And it was, just offshore fishing. We took it as soon as the bobber hit the water. Bam! I mean, we pulled in 60 fish. My wife pulled in 2 big old redfish that were too big to keep. I'd never even heard of fish too big to keep. They're 30 pounds apiece.
Yeah, when I was down in Mexico, we caught a bunch of red snapper, which was legal, but we also caught a lot of barracuda that they told us, well, don't tell anybody. I'm like, I'm not telling nobody.
Man.
I'll never say a word ever. And they sell those on the black market for like $800 a fish. So I was able to trade. Yeah, I was able to trade out how much I was paying for the boat for the amount of barracuda and keeping my mouth shut.
There you go, man.
They knew how to catch all that.
It's crazy. Guides are so cool. So
how do you see barracuda down in the ocean like this?
Girlfriend Aaron's brother is probably a very, very cool dude to hang out with and go fishing with. Man, he would make it a fun trip.
Dude was like 3 shooting deer off the patio. Who knows?
If you're down in Argentina, anytime soon. Maybe knock it.
Check out.
What was it? First
Hemispheres Unlimited.
There you go.
Yep.
Morning Xtra and Xtra 106.3, Tug, Rhino, and Front Office Los. I want you to understand what Donald Trump is walking into tonight. This is as partisan as it can possibly be. This is set up for Joe Biden to have an easy victory. I don't know if it will be easy because I'm not sure Joe can do anything easily, including walk. So it's set up for him to be as successful as he possibly can. You got no audience, so no reaction to Trump when he, gets him good.
Yeah.
Joe, when he stumbles and stammers around, like you said, I bet they accidentally cut the mic off right in the middle of his.
There'll definitely be some kind of thing that they're like, "Why'd you cut off the mic when Joe Biden was mumbling?"
We did.
It was an accident. I guess we thought time was up. It wasn't.
There you go. So I want you to hear what both Jake Tapper and Dana Bash have said about Donald Trump on CNN, the Clinton News Network.
The dehumanizing rhetoric of Adolf Hitler is once again alive and well on a national political stage. This time, of course, in the United States. This time given life by former president and current Republican presidential frontrunner Donald Trump.
Let's recognize this comment for what it is, a long-standing anti-Semitic trope that the true allegiance for Jews is to their religion rather than their country. It was used in Nazi Germany to justify the arrests, persecutions, and mass killings, attempted extermination of the Jewish people. And Trump has been pushing this trope for years.
He talks about the blood of America as being poisoned, echoing the same exact language used in Nazi Germany.
I mean, that is something that is going to be hard to navigate because you're up against 3 people in this debate.
Please try that tonight.
Yeah.
Because they're acting like this man was never president.
Right.
All right, like I had 4 years, didn't really see any Jews rounded up. Okay,
or any people.
Didn't see any ethnic group rounded up. Didn't see any religious group rounded up. In fact, about the only thing we ever had was, here's a travel ban because we're in the middle of a pandemic. So, I mean, if you want to say, tell me how this person's Hitler, what I will tell you is, because what, nationalism happens to make sense?
No, he made a comment that I believe is absolutely 100% correct. He never understands and doesn't think Jews should vote for Democrats who continually do things like the only thing I've seen, and like Carlos just pointed out, in 4 years, never felt threatened as a Jew from not only Donald Trump, but any Trump supporter that they continue to tell me is a white supremacist. Yeah. Haven't seen it. What I have seen is people in the Senate, people in the House calling for the genocide of Jews. What I do see is Kamala Harris calling for the genocide of Jews. What I do see is the rhetoric that was very Hitler-like in, we got to take away your guns for your protection. The only comparisons to the Nazi Socialist Party is the Democrat Socialist Party to me. They're the ones who are sitting, they won't even condemn the speech of the anti-Semitic people who are chanting from the river to the sea about the genocide of killing all the Jews in the Middle East. So let's be real. But this is a distraction. This is the game they'll play. They'll continue to try to throw that. I don't think it'll work. I hope they do try to throw that out there tonight, because I think Donald Trump's got an answer for you.
Well, you have to have a certain level of not caring for regular people in order to do this stuff to them. That's what the Nazi regime demonstrated from the late 30s, obviously, until 1944, 1945, when they lost the war. When you just take a look at the last 100 years in America, I mean, you have to go to democratic regimes to go, all right, who interned this many thousands of Japanese Americans? Americans.
Yep.
Okay? Like, that was the Democrat Party. Who was the party of the KKK?
Dixiecrat.
The Democrats. It's who they were. It's who they are. But still, if you were just to tell me that what has happened in the last 4 years, I can tell you that this is the only American president that I recall that pointed at me and said, if you don't do this from the government, you shouldn't have rights as a person within this country. There's only one person that did that. That was Joe Biden telling me and trying to get my employer to put a governmental shot in me.
And that continues around the world. And I think that anybody who looks at the Democrat Party and goes, yep, that's the party for me, including my Aunt Peg, whom I love, but cannot for the life of me understand what it is that she sees that I clearly am missing. Because around the world, just as Los has laid out, all the regimes, they've always been the same way. They kill millions, and they run it super top heavy down. Think about the Chinese Communist Party. Think about the Cubans trying to escape from Fidel Castro. All of these communist and socialist nations that people, that are trying to get away from and have been for years and years and years. And that's what they want to do to your country.
Can I ask parental sibling Peg the question?
Did he say it right, Los?
Parental sibling, if you missed it, the Daily Wire had the news about what the Biden administration is telling bureaucrats you have to use. No longer can you say aunt or uncle. Yeah. It's parent sibling.
Yeah, parent sibling Peg.
That's it.
Which party was responsible for keeping Jews out of their own universities and not able to go and continue their studies?
I have a guess.
Yeah.
Me, pick me.
Which party supported the DA in Alvin Bragg, who decided at that point, even after them destroying libraries, stealing from the libraries, telling Jews they weren't allowed there, beating Jews up, and actually physically assaulting Jews, that... Hey, we're going to drop the charges on you.
Why do you know all the answers? Let me answer one.
Yeah. I mean, it's that simple. I mean, if you actually look at the ones that are anti-Semitic, the ones that treated us more like Hitler, Hitler turned the youth on the Jews in order to create that kind of pressure. That's what the Hitler Youth is. That's what these pro-Hamas terrorists have done in New York and other cities all around the world, including right here in Georgia at Emory University.
It just feels cheap, and yet it's the biggest thing they can go to. Like right now, Donald Trump is the current day Hitler, according to the left.
That's what they'll tell
That's
you.
what they're going to do. 4 years from now, it'll be DeSantis, you know, or Ramaswamy.
Whomever is, yeah.
And we'll all be looking at Ramaswamy going, that man's pretty brown for Hitler.
Yeah, right.
But it won't matter.
No,
it's just this is just what they have gone to,
and it's worked.
Well, to an extent where they ended up losing an election in 2016. They won in 2020, and we'll see what happens this time around. We'll get into it a little bit later this hour. But the polling data is basically showing that this is not working the way that they thought it was going to work in the past. And so I'm really hopeful somebody makes a comment tonight and uses Hitler in it.
Yeah, I want to bring back in to say the other thing is the 400 migrants that are affiliated with ISIS that are have come into the United States across the border illegally, and the DHS is like, we have no idea where we are. We're monitoring a bunch of them. There's 50 that we have no clue where they are. I wonder why, Rhino. Why? Is it a Republican that's left the door wide open? It's not.
No, it's never. No, it's the Democrats, and they will continue to pretend that they have taken care of it, that they're doing what they need to do to make sure that the border is secure. And we know it's a lie. We know who's coming across this border. And I want to go back to what Carlos said. It's not just going to be DeSantis. It's not going to be any Republican. It's going to be the ones that beat Jamal Bowman. It's going to be those Democrats, the moderate Democrats. They're also the Nazis. They're also part of this. So that's where the Democrat Party will go. Instead of actually pointing out that they're actually the Nazis and they're the ones calling for this, they'll blame someone else like they always do, like the border. They're not going to blame the immigrants, the illegals. They're going to blame the people who are not being safe enough to, when they're jogging. You should be safer when jogging. That way, illegals don't kill you. You should lock up your merchandise so the thieves don't get it. Right. We're not going to prosecute the thieves. We're not going to prosecute the pro-terrorist groups. We are going to take away your right to live free, your right to go to your college, your right to own a store and not get stolen from.
It is your fault, not theirs. You are the problem, not the criminal. You for thinking the way you do.
Criminal, I hate to use that term. I think you need to have...
person who is adjacent to the law.
Person challenged by laws.
I'm challenged by the law.
They're not homeless. They're a person without residence.
Without residence.
It's just so insane.
They broke.
That's right.
How many? It's amazing the word salad that we've now created.
They're not drug addicts. They're what? People who deal with a substance abuse.
Yes, person dealing with a substance abuse issue. I got to bring that. I mean, there's so many of these
crack
now.
Addict. You're a crackhead.
It's like you can't use the word addict. Instead, you have to make sure that you use the proper language to make sure that you identify this person without
correctly.
any harm being done.
That's right. Absolutely. No harm. It's like a Hippocratic oath or something almost,
Do no harm. Don't call them what you think they're called.
That's right. Do not call them what they obviously are. Do not say blind person. Say person who is blind.
Right.
Do not see the difference?
Yes.
You freaking Neanderthal.
Listen to me right now. I'm going to set my own rules. Don't call me short. Call me vertically challenged.
That's exactly right.
By the way, it's not an addict. It is a person with a substance use disorder.
Of course.
Unfortunately, I'm also horizontally challenged because I'm fat.
Well,
so you can't call me that. Horizontally and vertically challenged to Rhino.
Oh, man. 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning. Do what I did. Make sure you get a maintenance agreement with Central Heating and Air Conditioning because most of the time, you don't need a fully replaced HVAC system. You just need it to be repaired. Kind of like I did last night when I got home at midnight and the AC downstairs wasn't working. They are on their way. They're going to be at my house today to make sure it is fixed. You can have that same service with Central Heating and Air Conditioning. 770-GET-HEAT and centralheat.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
I'm also follically challenged. God, I'm starting to feel down about myself. I got all these ailments now. You could call me bald, short, and fat because I find it funny. All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Thursday, June 27th. Atlanta traffic will surely be impacted and heavier than normal today as the city takes center stage in two big events. The presidential debate between former President Donald Trump and President Joe Biden taking place on Georgia Tech's campus tonight at 9 will force the city to close streets all around the downtown campus. The candidates are expected to arrive hours before the 9 p.m. debate, causing rolling interstate blocks. Meanwhile, the Copa America game between Team USA and Panama will bring thousands of visitors to Mercedes-Benz Stadium tonight for the 6 p.m. start. The Georgia Court of Appeals has ordered Fulton County Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee to temporarily halt proceedings against Misty Hampton in the county's election interference case until it considers the removal of the Fulton County DA's office and DA Fonnie Willis. Other defendants in the case have asked for clarification on whether the stay also applies to the remaining defendants defendants. The Court of Appeals has not addressed that request as of yet. And the Atlanta Hawks took French teenager Zachary Risacher with the first overall pick of the NBA draft last night. The 6'9", 250-pound 19-year-old. That'd be too young. 19-year-old.
Man, you've been playing in the NBA at 9? Damn.
Yeah. I mean,
you
at
are a
6'9" and 215 pounds at 9 years old, yeah, you should be playing. He says he feels like he can easily fit into this team. And the Braves split yesterday's doubleheader. They move on to Chicago tonight to take on the White Sox. You can catch all the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan.
The unintended consequences of calling Donald Trump a convicted felon during tonight's debate. Please, please, please. Los hit it with 3 pleases. Please, please, please call him a convicted felon. And they will. Next on the Morning Extra at Extra 106.3 debate live from downtown. Live on Extra 106.3 tonight at 9. The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Tug, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Barack Obama talked about diplomacy. We don't see that anymore. There's no diplomacy. We're not talking. We're getting into wars. There is no conversation anymore with liberals.
That's why they can't last on talk radio.
Yeah.
Because the callers kill them. And that's why they do so well in newspapers and what have you, because you can write your insipid left-wing nonsense column, publish it, and then go sit in your office and not incur any feedback.
But that is the difference in the audiences, is that when you were working every single day, it was always about, it is the Church of the Painful Truth, and we're going to have a discussion, and here's going to be the insight, and here's the information I'm bringing to the table. The other side is driven by emotion to where it's just scream it out loud. That's what you get with The View. That's what you get with Rachel Maddow's of the world. It's a completely
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. At A Second Chance Bail Bonds, we believe everyone deserves a second chance. We handle bonds from local to federal for any jail in any city. And in most cases, we can have you or your loved one out of jail in a matter of hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT. Or online at atlbail.com.
Have you thought about securing your hard-earned assets? Do you have concerns about the future? Protecting assets is crucial, and that's where Nelson Elder Care Law excels. As a family-owned and family-focused firm, we provide absolute assurance and peace of mind through our trademarked Absolute Protection Trust, tailored services in estate planning, probate administration, Medicaid crisis solutions, guardianship, and conservatorship. Our goal is to exceed your expectations and empower informed decisions. Visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com for asset protection and peace of mind.
Hey, it's Tug from my friends, the Frost family of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about their family's company all the time here on Extra 106.3. First Liberty has helped hundreds of small businesses grow by saying yes when the big banks say no. On Wall Street, opportunities to earn big returns are everywhere. But for Main Street investors, those opportunities are hard to find. Until now. Our First Liberty notes are now open to qualified Main Street investors, paying interest rates of 8 to 13% while helping fuel the growth of small businesses right here in Georgia. With a few basic qualifications and with as little as $25,000, qualified Main Street investors just like you can earn an 8 to 13% interest rate. If this is you, they'd love to hear from you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com and consider joining the First Liberty family today. That's FirstLibertyGA.com. FirstLibertyGA.com.
First Liberty notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. Purchasers must verify their SEC accredited investor status. Securities are not being offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
Media Minute with Howard Kurtz.
Today's biggest media story yesterday looking like a colossal screw-up by the Supreme Court. According to Bloomberg News, the decision in a case involving Idaho hospitals was briefly, and the court says, inadvertently posted on its website before being taken down. But Bloomberg reporting that the court was at least moving in the direction of allowing or requiring emergency abortions if the woman's life was at stake in Idaho hospitals, but on technical grounds. But now I'm thinking, this never happens. And it was, of course, the colossal leak of the Dobbs decision overturning Roe v. Wade that shattered court precedent. Now, this also has to do with abortion. Could it possibly be the same source? The idea that it's just a coincidence, I'm not sure I'm buying. With your Media Minute, Howie Kurtz, Fox News.
If the left made any sense, they would be right. Listen to Extra 106.3.
I don't know what it would be like to be completely alone in the middle of the ocean. Now, I've been in the middle of the ocean on a giant Navy ship, and if you're out on the...
With a bunch of means.
Well, yes, yes. But there was those times when you walk outside the skin of the ship on a beautiful, clear night and you see nothing but the moon, and you can see that long just stretch of light that it almost divides the water. It's the most magnificent view you've ever seen because there's nothing else wherever you look. It's amazing. And you know at that moment, like, if I were to fall over right now, I'm done for.
Nobody's finding me.
Nobody's ever finding me ever because they won't even know I'm gone until, muster the next morning or something. And so I've had that moment where I was like just intimidated by it.
When you're out having a smoke and just trying to kill a little bit of time.
Dude, you say that. I don't know if I've ever told this story on the air before. Maybe I have. I can't remember. But I used to buy a pack of cigarettes just to be able to go to the smoke deck and hang out because that was the only way you got a break in the Navy is if you took a smoke break. So me and my buddy Aaron would split a pack of cigarettes. We would just hand it off between watches. And that way you just go out there, light it, and hold it.
Huh.
Do you know how long it takes to burn a cigarette down that you're not smoking? Hours. I mean, you're out there.
I feel like my tax dollar was used properly.
For sure. You're in the middle of the ocean, though, man. I'm telling you, those guys back and forth, they'd be out there. You'd run into the same guys. They'd be out 3 or 4 times. You'd just be standing there, and there's just the same cigarette. And then finally, when you're ready to go back in, you'd be like, hey, man, do you want this?
There's Sailor Cowart.
Yeah, exactly.
Killing some time, lighting a smoke and just letting it burn.
That's exactly right, man. But that was the only way you got a break was a smoke break. So we made our own smoke because we didn't either one of us smoke. How would it feel to be completely alone in the middle of the Pacific Ocean? A guy who goes by Sailing Songbird online is currently sailing solo across the Pacific and documenting it on social media. He posted a video the other day of the clarity and the clarity of the audio sums up the isolation, and it kind of reminds me of the story I was telling you about being out there just looking at the moon in the middle of the night.
It is month 1, day 31 of sailing across the Pacific Ocean alone. I lost my sailboat. Just kidding. It's over there. I'm stuck here in the doldrums. There's no wind, so I pumped up my inflatable paddleboard, getting some exercise in. It is incredibly disorienting to be out on a paddleboard with absolutely nothing on the horizon except like a super cool sunset. I am well over 1,000 miles away from any piece of land, and it's so quiet. It's so quiet.
Dude.
Man, I think I would sail in circles.
Me too. But you just lose your direction. I mean, I guess you follow the sun of the moon, whatever. But just being out there, like, it seems like it would be so intimidating. Could you think about, did you ever see the movie, what was the name of it? It's the one where the guy was, I think he was a hostage in World War II, I believe. And anyway.
Unbroken.
Yes. And they're out there in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah. Oh. And there's just nothing.
That nothingness. Dude, I'm telling you.
My biggest fear.
Right, and rightfully so.
Biggest fear.
Rightfully so. It is so vast and so overwhelming. You would have panic attack.
I'll tell you, I was uncomfortable when my island was starting to die, and I had to restore the heart of Tafiti.
Yeah.
And had to take my sailboat and find Maui and the heart and restore it. That was scary enough trying to figure out how to sail out in the middle of the ocean.
I can't even imagine.
I have no idea what you're talking about. At least guide me along here, because there's somebody else going, I don't know what he's talking about. What are you talking about?
You didn't see that documentary either about
the documentary called Moana? Moana from Disney?
No, I missed that one.
That's so dumb.
I know.
What was the movie?
I had to restore the heart of Tafiti.
There's like, trying to figure out what in the world it is.
Funny to watch.
You're just looking at me like, what the hell are you talking about?
I like to watch your face and confusion while Carlos was telling his Moana story.
It feels like a game at this point. Like I missed the Europe-Asia thing. I wasn't sure what in the world that was all about. I have no clue to this moment what that was about. That's 2 times in one show.
What was the movie where the 2 people got stuck in the middle of the ocean and there was nothing and they were just like floating there waiting to die? And it was dark the whole time. That is a fear of mine. Like, What is it like?
That was based on the
underwater?
couple
Yes.
that they were on a snorkeling excursion.
Yeah.
And they got left behind.
They got left.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Holy cow. That
It's like 52 hours, something like that.
Snorkeling excursion.
Yes.
You just get left.
Yeah, they got left.
They didn't find him.
They didn't find him.
Well,
they got eaten by sharks by the end of the
I'm sure.
night.
But that's the
or
thing.
something.
We had a dude that
Probably a kraken.
got the Dear John letter midway through a deployment. We're in the Mediterranean, headed to the Persian Gulf.
Oh, no.
He got married 2 months before we left for deployment for 6 months. 2 months in, he gets the Dear John letter, walks out to said smoke deck that I was talking about, and has his last cigarette and bloop,
Oh, man.
gone.
Yeah.
And like it takes a second, and we're moving at 25 knots. Man.
Yeah,
we're
you're
cutting it across. And the guys that are standing there on the smoke deck actually smoking are it takes a split second because there's life rings.
Sure.
They throw it in, and then the salt water activation, so the light blinks and
Right.
everything. We searched for that dude for 2 days and then turned it over to the
He didn't
battle
want
group.
to be found. Grabbing a life preserver.
But get this. So when you're on that level of deck, at least on the USS John F. Kennedy, and I imagine all carriers are this way, but that was the only one that I had been stationed aboard, you could see the gigantic swirls because you remember each prop of the aircraft carrier, each blade is 25 feet long. There's 4 props, gigantic. So it's just like a huge washing machine. If you drop anything over the side, because that's where we would drop trash, anything that's biodegradable, no plastics, you drop it there, it would just shoot right through the prop, it'd be gone. And then and that's exactly what happened. Hit the water straight through the prop.
I still remember the difficulty of trying to get Cougar back on deck. And just, he was kind of freaking out after the incident with the MiG and was able to get him back on deck. And so, I was a big carrier, though.
Oh, are we talking about Top Gun this time? What are we talking about?
Might be talking about Top Gun.
I thought so. At least that one sounds familiar.
That one got him.
Yeah. Open Water, I think, might have been the movie that I'm thinking about. Open Water.
It was the disappearance of Tom and Eileen Lonergan.
Yeah. Oh, God. Where were they from?
So they were on it. It was actually, they were in the Coral Sea.
Okay.
They'd been on a scuba and, a scuba diving expedition with a group of people. They were left behind, and all they found was just a life preserver when they came back for them after 2 days and figured out what had happened.
The kid that jumped overboard with us, they found, the life ring was obviously there, but he was gone before that life ring ever hit the water.
God, that's so
Dude,
sad.
it was tough, man. It was like, you're like, oh.
Now, you get me in a Blue Lagoon situation, I'm in.
Right, yeah. Just living on a deserted
Brooke
island.
Shields?
And it's Brooke Shields
naked,
shows up, yeah.
run around.
Yeah.
I'm all in on that one.
But I don't think that's going to happen. It just seems unrealistic to me.
Yeah.
That one.
Well, you had the scenario where your FedEx plane went down and you were marooned on a deserted island
and fell in
for
love with
several
it,
years.
or became friends with a volleyball.
That's right.
Well done.
Just gonna keep passing off popular movies.
Do you miss
It's
Wilson?
in your life.
There's so many based on that. What's that?
Do you miss Wilson?
I do. Of course I do. What? Everybody does, didn't they? Yeah.
You got in really good shape out there. So all you had to eat was fish and coconut.
Yeah, but that beard was impressive.
There's something else.
Fish and coconut.
Yeah, there's something else that I had to add to the whole man overboard thing because it was so freaking crazy. For a couple days, you just can't imagine how nuts.
Could always be worse. You could get stranded on a board with a tiger as well.
Oh, Life of Pi.
I was going to say I had. Yeah,
that was another documentary.
Yeah, you and your documentaries.
Yeah,
but no, I know what it was with the wife the wife that sent the Dear John letter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why would you do that? Just live whatever life you want to live. Talk to him when he gets back.
Yeah.
Why would you send that mid?
Women are vindictive cheaters.
Because when it's time to get out, it's time to get out.
But you don't have to tell anybody you're getting out right in a second. I mean, what would have been like? What did it hurt to just live it?
Yeah, you've already been lying to them your entire relationship anyway. So why not just lie for a little bit more and
just let it go, man?
Don't affect that. Yeah, because she's gone on and she's moved on. I mean, that man unfortunately killed himself, and she's moved on, and she feels happy, but she's the cause of that man's demise.
I'm
that's
not
disgusting.
Wishing for it, but if your wife was to send you one during this show, hopefully between the hours of 6 and 10, it'll be an email to Tug, just letting Tug know I'm moving on.
Tug, and just a teardrop starts forming.
And we're not even high enough up. I think if you were to jump, you'd probably just break a couple legs.
His bottom lip starts shaking. And he starts running towards the window.
He doesn't even want to do the show anymore. I'm
just going to walk outside and jump through that window.
I'm just hurt. I'm hurt.
Although 4 stories seems like it could get you. I think
you're done.
I mean, I think
you land on your head.
If you did, you'd have to.
Because remember we had that happen.
Yeah, like Joe would. He's got a big head. He's head heavy.
You're right. The head
very top heavy.
Yes, he jumps out feet first, and his just head just goes straight.
Can't help. It's like a buoy,
For
man.
sure, Joe.
Like he's not even allowed in pools. He just goes straight to the bottom.
That's right. And then causes a tidal wave. And kills everybody else.
You're not going to be as lucky. You're a little flimsy there. You're not as top.
I'm hoping it doesn't happen.
Yeah,
man. I'm just.
I hope so
I got
too.
my fingers crossed, man. If I see an email,
I mean, we're not going to let you jump.
That's
You
right.
ain't gonna be able to stop me. I'll be like that one man.
But the Dear John letter might be fun for a little bit.
Take you out for some drinks.
Yeah.
Good Lord. Yeah, you need to.
Introduce you to some new ladies.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Good old days.
Yes, they're all 70, but very friendly.
Yeah, that's right. I'm over this.
Sugar
She's
mama,
gone.
Tug.
I'm over your. I've been married for 20 years. I'm done with it now.
Here, I'm going to turn this politics. You need a Fonnie Willis that'll pay you $700,000.
That's
to
right.
be your
How
sugar
do you
daddy.
sign up for that?
Yeah.
Dude, if somebody can start that website, they're going to make millions.
Yes.
Isn't there already one, though? Like Sugar Daddies? Isn't there like for college girls?
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Where they make.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not on it because, I don't have the funds, but people are there.
And you're married.
We need DA daddies.
Well,
there's that other thing.
That's a good idea. We just do
DA
one called
daddies.
daddies and capitalize the DA.
Rhino.
Yeah.
We need to secure that website now.
Yes.
Right away. Spend our $25.
Just have a bunch of progressive DAs looking for men to do their bidding and women to do their bidding.
Exactly. Booty calls. That's what we do on the show is come up with brilliant ideas and discuss them. We vet them out for you here. So if you want to take our idea and make billions of dollars off of it, you probably can. Los is on sugardaddy.com right now.
Seeing how the search engine works.
This thing is fantastic.
Well, sugar daddy. I want sugar mama.
All the pictures are blurred.
I got it.
How do you know?
I have to become a member, I guess.
Oh, you got to pay for sugardaddy.com.
Yeah, I'm not interested.
Ooh, wealthysingles.net.
Yeah, see, there's a bunch of them out there.
Yeah, we need more DAs.
Los, do you want to talk about this all, the calling Trump a convicted felon? Because, I mean, we got about a couple minutes here.
Can we do 90 seconds worth?
Yes, please.
Please, God, do it. Please do it. And I will tell you why. And we'll be able to touch on some of this, too, because we all kind of gravitated towards the Washington Post article. And the fascinating part about the Washington Post article that came out yesterday was that threat to democracy in swing states is not having the effect that the Biden administration was hoping for. But the biggest problem is that they're looking at Donald Trump as being the lesser threat to democracy.
Well, it's easy. Yeah. I mean, it's so easy. Look at the difference. Weaponize the DOJ, didn't.
And so the idea ends up becoming the more you reference what you've done to him from a law standpoint, the more it hurts you. So please, 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 Joe Biden, call him convicted felon tonight.
Yeah, I think it's very important that he does, because then at that point, he proves the point that Donald Trump's been making the entire time. You're using this in a political debate as political fodder because the entire case was political persecution. What I don't want to hear Donald Trump say is, well, Jesus was a convicted felon. I don't want to hear him say, well, Nelson Mandela was a convicted felon locked up by his opponents. Like, I get it. I understand it. Lay off of that, but go back to hey, this is proof. He's using this here because they politically persecuted me.
By the way, 94% of Republicans do not believe that Donald Trump should spend a day in jail or prison. Almost 60% of independents, 59.8%. have the same view.
Man, it's so
call
clear.
him convicted felon.
Please.
They have been calling him a threat to democracy for as long as I can remember, and it's completely fallen flat. How
it's backfired.
I mean, well, yeah, but that's what it's not helping them. It's actually helping Trump. That's the crazy part of. They've spent the entire part of 3.5 years saying it, though.
Yeah.
I mean, they've based everything that they have, everything that they discuss, is he's a threat to democracy. and the American people believe it to be otherwise.
Yeah, they know the real threat to democracy is Biden and what they're doing by calling them convicted felon all the time. So most people understand that. Most people believe that. They will continue to do so. I'd love to see Donald Trump selling merchandise out front with his mugshot. We keep doing it because every time you call him a convicted felon, every time that you persecute him, take a mugshot, he gains more and more.
Morning Xtra, Extra 106.3. Even leftist outlets like the AJC have admitted it's going to be tough for Joe Biden to do one thing here in Georgia. 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning. I have a maintenance agreement with them. My AC went out on the lower floor of our house. It is going to be fixed today because I work with the best in the business, Central Heating and Air Conditioning. Chuck and his team on it. Already been texting with Chris this morning for Central Heating and Air, and they are set to come out about the time I get home. They're going to be there to fix it. They can do the same thing for you. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. Hey, it's Tug. The Morning Extra has you covered from 6 to 10, and Kimmer's got you on the ride home.
On this day in 2019, 11-judge panel from the 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals decided to review its decision on whether Led Zeppelin plagiarized Stairway to Heaven from the opening guitar riff on Spirit's 1968 track, Taurus. What are we listening to here, Flounder? Which one is this? Is this Led Zeppelin or Taurus?
This is Led Zeppelin, Stairway to Heaven. The fact that you had to ask that question.
I don't know that. I never liked the song. When they started playing this music, I try to listen to the freaking Beach Boys so you can all eat me. How about that? I hate this crap. What's that dancing music?
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Man, if you're unhappy with the trajectory of our country or these partisan policies or what's being taught in school, well, they have the tactical civics class coming up at True Prep. I know you're like, wait, what? Hold on. What's going on here? Yes, Tuesday, July 9th, they have their tactical civics meeting. It's brought by a really good group, and it's open to the public because these are one of the workshops that a local company cares about. They're locally owned and operated, and that's why True Prep is so important. Now, let's get on to the good stuff, too. They also have everything that will save your life in case of an emergency. We're talking about freeze-dried food. We're talking about water filtration, first aid kits, and, of course, the firearms, firearm accessories, and ammo that you need in order to survive any kind of emergency. But they also have a lot of workshops, and that's what's important right now. That's why a locally owned and operated company is great to do business with. They're right here in Marietta on Cobb Parkway, and they care about you. They care about their community. In fact, July 1st, Monday, they have a blood drive at True Prep. These are the things that a local company does. Support them. You need these items. You need to start putting away everything you need for emergency preparedness. And if you don't know where to start, Saturday, July 6th, they have their Intro to Emergency Preparedness class. And also on Saturday, they have a bug out and get home bag class. These are ways to get started. They have all the items right there. You don't have to order them online. You don't have to worry about porch pirates coming and stealing them. You get to bring them home. You get to keep them secret. You need to make sure that you have them for your family. Stock them away. Start preparing now as essentials get higher and higher every day. Head down to True Prep. Check out their amazing new showroom. It's not that new. It's been open for a little bit, but it might be new to you. Go check it out. They've got everything you need right there in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. And for any of these great workshops that they've got going on, including the blood drive, you can go to their website at trueprep.com. That's TRUprep.com. Tell them Rhino sent you and prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with our friends over at True Prep.
Convenience is defined as the state of being able to proceed with something with little effort or difficulty. Well, at RBM of Atlanta, we embody this philosophy. Meet our Mercedes-Benz pickup and delivery service. It gives you back time and money. Does your Mercedes-Benz need service? If so, we'll pick up your vehicle that's requiring service from your home or office and bring it back to our dealership for the required service. With over 100 appointments available every weekday, over 50 appointments on Saturdays, and more than 200 courtesy vehicles in our fleet, we're here to serve. We'll work around your schedule. We're here to save you time, energy, and money. RBM of Atlanta is a J.D. Power 2023 Diamond Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience and Georgia's only 9-time Mercedes-Benz Best of the Best winner. We're proud to be Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964. Pickup and delivery service restrictions do apply. Ask your service coordinator or service advisor for details.
Well, the weather's warming up and summer's just around the corner. Everyone has a favorite outdoor activity: golf, bike riding, bird watching, long walks. Ask 100 people, you'll get 100 answers. But if everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer: Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain, it helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you're hurting, back, neck, joints, or muscles, in 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you like to do, swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF and save on your first order. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor.
The Morning Extra. Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, The Kimmer Show, Jesse Kelly, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson. The biggest lineup of conservative voices in the South are on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra 106.3 app.
Make sure you have the app this evening so you can listen to the presidential debate. Donald Trump versus Joe Biden. 1 of 2. Live from downtown Atlanta, live on Extra 106.3. Morning Extra, Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10.
Also, you can get your decoder ring for Biden. So when he says America could be summed up in one word, we have a decoder ring that will tell you what he meant.
That's right.
Let me ask you guys.
Hold it up to the TV.
Yeah.
a quick question before we jump into this topic.
Yeah.
All right, so what's the one thing you want out of tonight?
A laugh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want a good laugh.
Like, I want to send you guys a text at some point and go, oh my God.
I don't want to see President Biden get hurt by falling because 90 minutes is too long for him to stand. I don't want to see that at all. I expect to see it. I might just kind of put my head down and go, oh, it's so sad. See, I'm not going to laugh at him getting hurt or falling.
No, yeah, but yeah, I don't expect he'll get hurt or fall.
I will hysterically laugh when he loses his mind and gets angry. I want to see him get angry. I want to see him get frustrated, and not so much frustrated at Donald Trump, not so much frustrated at the moderators, but frustrated at the fact that deep down inside he knows and he can't express that he's struggling, that he's hurting, and he can't tell the people that are abusing him why, so he does lash out. So I'm looking forward to him lashing out more than anything.
I'm kind of curious if we will get one of those moments where, and it's typical of anyone that age, including Donald Trump, it just doesn't happen to him, as far as just losing your train of thought.
Yeah.
You know, you go on a diatribe, you're trying to make your point, and I don't think it's going to be something that's going to happen, only because I think he's going to stick to the same things he's been saying for 30 or 40 years, which is just automatic. It won't be a problem.
I just saw a video of him doing that very thing in the last debate, where he was like giving 3 examples. At example number 2, he like either skips over it and says 3, or he goes back to 1, because I could just see.
I want him to start with 1, then go B.
Yeah, exactly. And Trump, no, seriously. And Trump
like
calls
the
him
outline
out.
wrong.
Donald Trump calls him out.
Roman numeral 2.
He said, "You're actually on point number 2." Like,
That's
Trump
funny.
calls it out.
Yeah, I would love that.
That could happen.
I want to see Donald Trump kind of keep his cool. I want to see Donald Trump be a little aggressive and funny at the same time. Because you know it's going to happen. I don't care if Jake Tapper and Dana Bash text Biden every single answer or every single question. Don't care. Because even in that moment, I believe that he is so cognitively gone, he won't even remember the questions. He can't go out there with a pad of paper that's already got pre-written notes on it. Otherwise, he's going to get busted for the fact that he knows the questions ahead of time. So he is going to have to formulate an answer. He is going to get confused. It happened to my grandfather all the time. He may have known the answer, but then he started talking and he realized they're right. I'm not sure what's going on. The then mental gymnastics started, and then that's when he started stumbling. That's when he starts getting angry. I expect to see that. Let it roll.
I think maybe that is why the AJC, sadly, in their opinion, they're so sad to report that Joe Biden has a very, very, very small chance of keeping Georgia in the blue column for him. They are even admitting that Georgia's pretty much a lost cause for Joe Biden. That Donald Trump has all the momentum. His polling numbers, he's up by like 5 or 6 or something, outside the margin of error.
Yeah, Siena New York Times for Georgia said 4% according to the AJC. I looked at the AJC, 4 to 5% is what I saw.
Yeah, so for the AJC to be admitting it on the pages of their leftist newspaper that the leftist candidate cannot win the state that they are based in has to be so discouraging to the AJC, and it has to be really discouraging to the Biden administration.
Well, that and they've tried so hard.
They have. Yeah. Well, they continue to try really hard, but even they can't get past these numbers. It's their own poll. And think about the likely... This is why I put up the poll yesterday asking, the people who tend to listen to the show and follow me, how they felt about their local media and the AJC in particular. And they all, 97% of the people who responded, and there are 50 people, and not much less than what the AJC polled here in this poll, they all said, hey, I don't trust them to give me the news. So AJC is not happy about this because when they look at their poll numbers, they're seeing a few things. Number one, only 12% say they, from the ages of 18 to 29 here in Georgia, would support Biden. 37% says they'll vote for Trump. That's a youth number he can't deal with. 86% of the people polled also said they are not satisfied with the direction of this country. All these numbers that the AJC had to put out shows that we are no longer a swing state. We are no longer purple. We're trending red, just like Florida turned red and is no longer a swing state. Georgia's heading in the same direction.
I'm kind of curious about, obviously the economic conditions are going to force that. Mm-hmm. But we did see what happened, that under Donald Trump, this state got more purple because people got more comfortable. And then we fell in the trap of the whole, I didn't, you guys didn't. Maybe Joe, I don't know, but the whole BLM thing and all that sort of silliness. This state tried to make itself appear as woke, and then you realize, well, woke is not the best thing to be. I'm curious if it's just economic or if it's more of the idea that, wow, these people really do have terrible ideas and we should not be politically following them.
Yeah, look, these are big numbers. 57% say they are financially worse than they were a year ago, and 57% say 4 years ago they were doing better. That's the main thing that Donald Trump wants to get across tonight. Are you better today with the administration and what they're doing than you were 4 years ago? That's a major concern.
The point Trump has to make. Yeah.
And again, 35% say that inflation and cost of living are their top priorities. You know what's not coming up? And this is where the AJC is probably going to get worried and Democrat strategists are getting worried. What's not coming up is abortion. What's not coming up is trans rights.
Threat to democracy is not resonating the way they thought it was going to.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a complete waste of time, and they've wasted 3.5 years with it. But I'm telling you, get ready. If Joe Biden loses the debate, which, even if it's a wash, get ready for the propaganda to be like nothing you've ever seen before against Donald Trump. The networks, especially CNN and MSNBC, and I guess all the networks, they are going to highlight how stately Biden was, and Trump is still a threat to democracy. He is a convicted felon. Everything is going to be full force on Trump because they know if he doesn't lose there, they've got to help him lose. They've got to paint him in a bad light so they can potentially save the Biden administration and the Biden campaign.
But imagine the madness of when you look at interest rates. We're basically at a 45-year high.
Yeah.
When you look at inflation, we're at a 40-year high. And you're going to try and argue about
hey, this guy's a threat to democracy. I was like, you know what's a threat to democracy? My wallet.
Not being able to afford to live.
Yep.
This is a problem.
Yeah, the other problems are the Inflation Reduction Act doesn't do what it says, okay? They know that. It's not reducing the money. And the other thing is the 18 to 29-year-olds don't feel like inflation's ever going to come down, and they're probably right. Cost of living is going to go up, and it's going to be hard to get a good job.
Because they're none created. That's another big issue.
They're created. They just don't get filled.
They don't get filled. A lot of part-time.
They don't get filled. Yep.
That's exactly right. Was it 4 million in 3.5 years total?
4.8 million predominantly part-time jobs.
Good Lord. When we come back on Extra 1063, the bonus hour, one candidate in tonight's debate has a whole lot of work to do with young folks. Next on Extra 1063 after Neil Bort's report and a Fox News update.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 1063.
A story for you from a book by Chris Wallace, Countdown to Bin Laden. Based on CIA reports, the final White House meeting is being held on whether or not to actually go after Osama bin Laden. Around the table, you have Barack Obama, his vice president, Slow Joe Biden, Ash Carter, defense secretary, Leon Panetta, head of the CIA, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. They consider all the alternatives and the intelligence. Obama says go. Joe Biden says don't go. Hillary Clinton reluctantly agrees. Ash Carter, defense secretary, no, he was in that Carter mess trying to get the Iranian hostages, so he didn't like the idea. Well, at the end, the vote was 3 to go, 2 not to go. Joe Biden and Ash Carter. As the meeting ends, Obama calls Leon Panetta aside and says, you know what? We have 3 to 2. I really wish we had 4 votes. Panetta says, leave it to me. He's in the limo with Ash Carter, heading back to the office. Panetta looks at him and says, you know, you told me that for the last 30 years, Joe Biden never got a major decision right, and now you're voting with him against going after Osama bin Laden. Ash Carter says, you know what? You're right. Give me the phone. Makes a call back to Barack Obama and says, I'm in. The vote is now 4-1, and Osama bin Laden takes the great eternal celestial dirt nap. The one vote against going after Osama bin Laden, the one vote, was Joe Biden. Put that in your recipe for deciding who to vote for. Neil Bortz, Extra 1063.
As an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, the Warrior Alliance connects warriors and their families to free services such as health and wellness, housing, employment, education, legal services, and so much more. We need your financial support to increase our impact and change thousands of lives for those who served in the U.S. Armed Forces. It takes more than just thank you for your service. Make a donation to help warriors navigate to success after service. Go to thewarrioralliance.org/donate and make a difference today.
Get ready for unfiltered conversations on The Janelle King Show, where we tackle the topics that you won't hear at your family gatherings, but they're absolutely crucial for a strong republic. Don't miss us live every Saturday at 3 p.m. and every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Extra 106.3. But if you can't tune in, that's okay. You can catch new episodes every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you prefer to get your podcasts. Join us for these discussions, and I can't wait to meet you there.
Isn't it funny that the same mainstream media who told us that that laptop wasn't Hunter's and then told us this diary wasn't hers,
Yeah.
they both times they lied to us about it?
The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's a camera. How's it going? Here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Who can use force to deprive you of your life, your property, or your liberty? The government. That's a pretty large hammer to be hanging over your head, but there's a safety valve, jury duty. Because in America, the government cannot deprive you of life, liberty, or property unless a jury of your peers agrees.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app. WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can.
We're 12 hours away. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News from the CNN presidential debate. Democrats put up billboards welcoming former President Trump to Atlanta for the first time as a convicted felon. But his spokesperson, Caroline Levitt, tells Fox.
President Trump absolutely is the front runner in this race. He has the money. He outraised the Democrats in the months of April and May. He has the momentum. If you look at every poll, he's winning in all the battleground states.
The economy could be a big topic tonight. We just got an update showing first quarter GDP growth didn't quite slow as much as first thought, revised up slightly to 1.4%. Now, President Biden at Camp David for days has been doing debate prep. Fox's Bill Malugin details the rules tonight from Atlanta.
Candidates cannot interact with staff during the debate. Biden is going to be on the right. Trump will make the closing statements. Mics will be muted outside of designated speaking time. There will be no props, no pre-written notes. They're only going to get water and pen and paper pad provided.
Fox News will have special coverage simulcasting the CNN presidential debate at 9 p.m. Eastern. You can hear it at foxnewsradio.com. In an hour, we'll get more rulings from the Supreme Court winding this term down. One might be a potential decision that leaked online yesterday and a challenge to an Idaho abortion law.
It appears to show that the court will not actually rule on the merits of the case, but send it back to a lower court for now. Now, big if, that winds up mirroring the actual opinion, it avoids a ruling on a major hot topic in an election year, but gives the Biden administration a temporary win on procedural grounds because it will broaden access to emergency abortion, at least in the short term.
Fox's Shannon Bree. More troubles for Boeing, already facing possible criminal charges over alleged violations of a settlement with the U.S. over deadly plane crashes overseas. Boeing's being sanctioned, accused of improperly sharing information about the investigation into the door plug blowout on an Alaska Airlines flight. And there's yet another whistleblower complaint questioning Boeing manufacturing safety. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey guys, Donald Trump Jr. here. Let me ask you this. Does inflation feel worse than what we're being told in the news? That's because the official inflation rate doesn't tell the whole story. Since January 2021, the cost of living has increased by 17.9%. You can't get that money back. But what you can do is stop your losses today. How? By diversifying your savings into a gold IRA from my friends at Birch Gold Group. When you're done, your money will be parked in a tangible asset with a proven history. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word PROTECT to 989898. I trust Birch Gold. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax advantaged status. So text PROTECT to 989898. That's PROTECT to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
You may have seen the Bortz billboard all across town. Let everyone know Bortz is back and his new home is Xtra 1063.
Tug, Rhino, and Losa on the Morning Extra and Extra 1063. We're already starting to see the billboards from the DNC.
Let's go, DNC. Good job.
Calling Trump a convicted felon.
Keep at it.
Day of the debate, which will be live from downtown Atlanta and live on Extra 1063 tonight at 9. You can listen on the Extra 1063 app, streaming at extra1063.com. 1063 FM, 1230 AM. The TuneIn app, I mean, you can get it anywhere. You can. It's so easy to find the content from the station. Anything you miss, you can go back and listen to on demand on the Extra 1063 app. So, great reason to download it. But, we were just goofing about that because we were talking about it in the last segment. Please call him a convicted felon. It's failed. It's done nothing but improve his polling numbers. It's done nothing but help Donald Trump. And yet, they're still doing it. That's the most amazing part. Like, they've seen it. They've seen his... Remember what was it, last week before? Whenever it was. We'll say in the last month. When Joe Biden was saying, Donald Trump is broke Don. Remember he said it in a speech, broke Don.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden they've stopped saying that because since the conviction... Donald Trump has leapfrogged Joe Biden in donations and campaign money. It's like $90 million in the bank for Biden to like $140 for Trump.
The Democrats, this would be like in football. I have one of the best quarterbacks, but I also have Deion Sanders on the other side that is shutting down. I can't throw the ball. Well, Deion Sanders gets turf toe, goes out. They put in a rookie who can't cover my receiver. But I decide not to change the game plan and continue running the ball, and I don't get anything done. That's what the Democrats are doing. They've been beaten on calling him a convicted felon time after time, and they will not change their game plan, and it's going to come back to bite them, because I'll tell you what's happening right now. They could play the game that, oh, well, you either have a chance to vote for a convicted felon or you have a chance to vote for Joe Biden, who's doing everything for the American people and making their life easier. Well, continue down that path, because the American people don't believe that they're better off today, like we just talked about, than they were 4 years ago. The American people don't feel confident in the fact that you're our leader and that the economy is falling apart.
This is indicative of what the GOP typically does. Slow to react. Then here's what the play is in front of them. Okay, let's react to what we're seeing. The Democrats proactively went with a plan that they were then married to. We're going to get him. We're going to call him a convicted felon, and that's going to lead us right back into the White House. And it's not working, and they haven't been able to figure out how to pivot.
Omaha! Omaha!
It's like they're trying to be audible.
Yeah.
And can't.
It's very similar to in recent years what we saw with Bidenomics. Remember when they tried to push that, then they made it go away. So this is not working. This one they can't seem to make it go away.
That's right.
Because it's right in their face.
Connected to it, and the TDS is so real that they can't let go of it, because it's more of an emotional thing for them than it is a political strategy.
Yeah, but again, it's so silly and dumb that they can't call an audible, and it's got to be frustrating. This is why Democrat strategists, and this is why you hear Carville and others talking about how bad the campaigning idea is. Again, people do not believe when you tell them that you pass the Inflation Reduction Act, that inflation has been reduced, and you keep running on the same things instead of talking about that. Oh, we're getting that done while you're voting for a convicted felon.
But 99 times out of 100, this works.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, doesn't always work over on the Democrat side. You've seen mayors that have gotten into all sorts of issues, and they get right back into
Marion Barry that was caught on camera smoking crack,
trying to make a drug deal. Yeah. You know, you've had different people
with
who
a
have
prostitute too.
Yeah. Yes, you've had these scenarios that have played out. Normally, generic white politician, any sort of issue like this, they're done. So they went to the tried and true strategy. It's just that the way they went about it and the person they went after, it's not working.
No.
404-741-1230 is the number. Rob is in Waleska, Georgia. What's on your mind, Rob?
I have a niece that's been married about 3 years. She's in her late 20s, and they've got the land on the farm to build a home, and the cheapest price she can get, and she's not trying to build anything fancy, just like a 2,000 square foot 3-2 home.
Yes, sir.
It's over $400,000.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
And they just can't even do it. I mean, she's just going crazy about, I can't afford a house.
What does she do?
Her husband she's a school teacher.
School teacher, okay. And what does her husband do, Rob?
He's a HVAC.
Okay, so a good paying
solid job, yeah.
Absolutely. And this goes to the point. Young folks specifically, Rhino, are the ones that are rejecting the Biden administration, just like Rob's talking about his daughter and son-in-law. They're pushing back. There's no way you can convince me that those people are going to vote for Joe Biden because of what they're experiencing in real life. Doesn't matter what the campaign says. Doesn't matter what the news networks say.
Correct.
The rubber has met the road.
Yeah, I think a lot of 18 to 29-year-olds now, some of them are getting out of high school and going into HVAC or other good, smart, technical jobs. But again, yes, a $400,000 house is way out of the price range. There are no $250,000 houses left. 18 to 29-year-olds are realizing that. The only ones that are, and there's not enough inventory of anything under $300,000. So you're looking at $400,000. God forbid you have to build a house. Yes, you're looking at $400,000. They'll be lucky if they get out with that because there's always extra costs. Part of that reason is the inflation. 18 to 29-year-olds. Here's a quote from a Democrat. This man says he's worried that he might never have enough money to buy a house. I just want a good job market, and for it to not be so insanely expensive, it feels like you have to fend for yourself out here. So that's a Democrat, because, you know, they want the government to help them, and now he feels like, well, I'm out on my own, and now I can't deal with the expenses. I can't deal with inflation. No matter what they say, Carlos gave the best example of, yeah, I put on 30 pounds, but this month I only put on 20. This is the same thing that's going on with these interest rates. These kids are smart enough at 18 to 29 years old to realize, yeah, the interest rates are where they are. They may bring them down to a 2% a year, but the damage is already done. We'll never be able to afford a mortgage or a home.
This happened under the Obama administration, where you had the amount of home ownership fell to it was technically a 48-year low. Everyone says 50-year lows. It was 48 years that you had the lowest amount of home ownership, and you had gone through the Great Recession. You'd obviously had the housing crisis, and here's where we were. And what happened? You had the rise of the tiny house, and people were celebrating.
TV shows about it.
Yeah, like, look at my tiny house that I bought. I was like, hold on. In the version of America I wish to live in, and I wish for us all to live in, a tiny house is more of a novelty, not what you're raising your family in or what you're doing. And so when a guy like Rob calls in and talks about wanting just a 3-2, and here's the crazy pricing, those people legitimately have to go, what about a tiny house? Okay, that's the failure of American society when you're doing that.
And it ain't going to change anytime soon. Even if Donald Trump is elected in November, it is going to take a while for this to turn around. There's no way, there's no quick fix. And you got to get the debt under control. You got to get the border under control. You got to get inflation under control. These are such pressing issues. It'd be different if there was one issue that he had to deal with or the next president had to deal with, but it isn't. Everything is falling apart at the foundational level.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about what Donald Trump is going to be able to do is I think immigration's easy. He can go ahead and shut that border down pretty quickly. Yes, he'll be fought left and right. Will he be able to open up energy and start drilling? Yeah, but it'll take 5 to 10 years before we're able to actually see the benefits of that. But that's not what these 18 to 29-year-olds care about. See, they see inflation and cost of living. That's their number one thing. And they know that Donald Trump's not going to be able to do it in 4 years. That's fine. But they do know down the road that hopefully someone else, they can kickstart it and it'll start getting better. Numbers will start coming down and they may be able to cut some certain things. I also wanted to bring up with 18 to 29, because we do talk about the threat to democracy. 1% out of all those polled care about the term threat to democracy.
That's because nobody sees it. You can tell that it's not real.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, a threat? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Like, we can't afford groceries, and you're worried about a threat to... How about a threat to my existence?
Yeah. The other thing they don't care about what Biden says, 0% care about them talking about tax cuts and Trump tax cuts. They don't care. They'd rather have tax cuts. They'd rather see those kind of things coming back to them.
Me too.
They're not buying the lies. The other thing is economy and jobs is so important to them. It's more important than
everybody.
Yeah, it is. And they are going to lose if they continue to go down these social issues and lie about the economy, lie about inflation and cost of living.
Maybe it's just because of what we do, but I take pretty much every political ad and I look at it and I go, I wonder if anybody else got that. There's one of them that's currently running, and it's targeted into the Atlanta area. It's a Joe Biden cartoon.
Kind of is a cartoon.
What it does is it points out that Joe Biden is looking to close corporate tax loopholes.
Yeah.
Then I go, oh, so you want to make everything I buy more expensive?
That's right. Exactly.
This messaging, I don't believe is going to resonate. So I think that's the deal about tonight. It really is going to come down to he's only going to be able to spout rhetoric because the record is not where it needs to be in order to secure another 4 years.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't deserve it. Everybody knows he doesn't deserve it. The only people that are hell-bent on Joe Biden getting another 4 years are people who are completely deranged and cannot see past their emotion. That's it. Those are the only people.
Okay, good. I'm glad you just brought that up. So let me bring up the difference between people 18 and 29 who say, hey, they might go for Trump. One of them, rents could go back down, lower taxes with Trump, better for me. Others, better opportunity for me in the future, hoping that they'll have economic policies that will do that. Okay, here's the ones that did say that they'd vote for Biden. He's the best option. We got the other option, and the race is much worse. Biden is lesser of two evils. I don't like either, but I'm going with Biden. Trump isn't good for black people. There's no actual policy thought behind why they're
it's
voting
all emotional.
for him. They've fallen for the emotional lies, while you see some of the other Democrats, those are the moderates, those are the ones getting away from the tyrannical minority and voting out Jamal Bowmans, are saying, hey, listen, in all honesty, I see a better future. I see interest rates coming down. I see more opportunity, and I see the housing market will be fixed. That's the other thing that they're really looking at. Rents are going back down. They will find a way, because Trump does have a policy he's talking about that I think is very important that we're ignoring, and it's that he will stop some of these big corporations like BlackRock from coming in, buying these homes, then skyrocketing the price so that even apartment rents go up to match rental homes.
He won't be able, and this be President Biden, he won't be able to talk about at any point, like, let's say, hey, we've got inflation under control. He's not going to be able to talk about that. He's not going to be able to talk about the idea that you're putting more money in your pocket. They've touted, hey, look, wages are up. Yeah, but everything's up by 30%. So the fact that you got a 2% wage increase is just not
when
going
everything's
to
up
work.
9%, so you're still -7.
Not going to work. They're going to push. He's going to push hard on 15 million jobs. And I think that's going to be up to Donald Trump to basically point out and say, Joe, you let people go back to work. You let people go back to work during the pandemic.
It'll be interesting to see how that works, because is his mic off while Joe's talking? I mean, because he's gonna have to wait his turn. He's gonna have to Joe just bloviate for all that time and then come back and say what you just said.
And it'll be very simple. Joe, your administration let people go back to work. Mm-hmm. You've actually created about 4 million jobs, and most of them are part-time, and Americans know it.
90 minutes of Joe Biden not screwing up seems impossible to me.
Oh, completely impossible.
But what is exactly the record? What exactly are you going to put? Like, put yourself in Joe Biden's shoes. I'm going to be trying to, if I was him, I'm going to be using smoke and mirrors and emotion. And that's all I can really go with, because the hardcore data does not support any of the things that this country is lollipops and candy canes.
I don't think they care about hardcore data, though.
No.
They care about that. They care about the emotional. That's who they are as people.
Yeah, we're creating jobs. That's going to be number one.
Yep.
The threat to a woman's right to her body is going to be number two, because that's an emotional issue that they're going to pull on. The trans rights and having rights for everyone, that's going to be one that they might ignore. And they might leave out.
I bet they
don't.
Hamas,
I think they're going to leave out.
Oh, yeah, no, for sure.
Trans, they'll probably come in somewhere
trans is
with
coming
Title
in.
IX.
I promise you.
You think the Title IX will come through?
Yep.
Okay, let me ask you guys this. And we're going to I'm going to write it down. I'm going to pull out one of my pens, and I'm going to put this down on paper. How long do you think it'll be? Because remember, most debates, people don't watch the entirety of debates. We will. We'll watch the whole 90 minutes. That's who we are. But most people will watch about 13 to 15 minutes worth of this thing.
Like they normally do. Anything else?
How long do you think it'll be before they bring up economy? Because I firmly believe everything you just brought up, Rhino, I think they'll strategically start with climate change, trans rights, gay rights, abortion. They will basically take the economy and bury it in a place where it will not hurt Joe Biden as much.
Yeah, their whole comment on the economy is going to be Trump wants to give tax cuts to billionaires. We're here for every American. That's as far as they go with it.
How long? How long do you think it'll be?
Oh, I think it'll be a while.
See,
I think it'll be like 35, 40 minutes before they get into it.
That's what they'll want to do. But Donald Trump, if he's smart, is not going to allow that. He's going to bring it up immediately.
Remember, these moderators.
But they can't have conversations back and forth.
Right, but it doesn't matter.
The rebuttal, he might get into the rebuttal early.
Dude, whenever they crack your mic, if you're Donald Trump, you're bringing up the economy.
When do you think the moderators will direct a conversation about the economy?
Oh, yeah, that's at the end. But if you're smart, if you're Donald Trump,
I'm just writing
it is
N for both of you.
Yeah.
So we'll text each other about this.
It will be
Trump would be smart, though. He's got to do it immediately.
Yeah, but they're going to start with convicted felon.
Who cares?
Well, I understand, but the moderators are going to direct it in a certain direction. Now, if Donald Trump goes, I don't care about being convicted felon, I mean, that starts the weaponization conversation. If I'm with you. Bring it back to the economy.
Don't answer the question they ask. Answer the question you wish they'd ask.
Right.
That's
bring
the
it to
old adage.
Yeah, bring it to the border and safety.
Immediately.
Bring it to the things that we need to hear from.
That's exactly right.
Like apparently you need, in my opinion, if I was Donald Trump, if I was playing this game correctly, I would say according to the polling, apparently we do need a convicted felon to fix our economy, to fix our border.
Exactly.
strengthen our military and improve our standing across the world.
I would embrace the convicted felon thing as like I said.
Have to.
You guys, you're trying to prove that you're not using this for political gain, but it's the only thing that your moderators and you continue to bring up is that you got me convicted.
That's right. Absolutely.
So yes, you weaponized against it. Now, while you did that, I've been talking about the border. I've been talking about the economy, and here's how we're going to answer this.
Exactly right. Now, that's what I'm talking about. It doesn't matter what they ask, what they say. You go straight to the things that matter and talk to the people.
I love when you start touching your chest.
Yeah. Did I do that?
Yeah, you started just rubbing. You're like,
yeah, I love what you're talking about. That's what I mean.
Because it was inadvertent. It was so sexy. It was inadvertent.
Here.
That's what I'm telling you, man. Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, 9 o'clock hours brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution since the 90s, man. They've been doing it forever. Over 200,000 jobs. And if you want your house to be the jewel of the neighborhood, reach out to Southern Exteriors. They will not make you wait. They have an on-site foreman. If you have any questions, any concerns, they address it immediately. 8779-SOUTHERN and southernexteriors.co. It's southernexteriors.co. Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10. Who's Trump's VP pick? Who cares? Next on Extra 106.3.
Stream Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, Glenn Beck, Fox News, and even NASCAR on Sundays, anywhere on the Extra 106.3 app. Download the app now and get 24/7 access to the live stream, the latest news, and everything you need to know about Atlanta's only conservative talk station. Download the Extra 106.3 app for Apple or Android and check out even more great original content at thepodcastpark.com.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
Now, I know there are plenty of HVAC companies out there, but let me tell you why Central Heating and Air Conditioning stands out from the rest. These days, it's hard to tell who's on first. Everybody wants to play. Many of the local HVAC companies, though, have been sold to large conglomerates. And some are even coming back under new names. But at Central Heating and Air Conditioning, they never left the field. They've been your hometown team since 1947. And their dedication to our community has never wavered. They are the grand slam you can count on. Central's team of experts know the game inside and out, delivering dependable service and personalized solutions every time. So don't get caught off base. Choose the HVAC team that's always been in the game. Get Carrier products, Carrier warranty, and Carrier peace of mind. Turn to your Atlanta Carrier experts. Central Heating and Air Conditioning. Call them today, 770-GET-HEAT, or visit them online at centralheat.com.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Senior Principal Support Analyst, CSO, WMI positions offered by Manhattan Associates Incorporated in Atlanta, Georgia. Senior Project Manager responsible for overseeing the coordination of all aspects of new customer modifications and rollout from inception to installation. Oversee schedules and budgets to ensure quality products and timely services. Up to 50% travel required. Employee reports to office in Atlanta, Georgia. Position may work from home but must live within commuting distance of stated office. Apply online at www.manh.com/about-us/careers.
This year, treat yourself to an explosive 4th of July with Great Grizzly Fireworks. Come shop their incredible selection of the biggest and best fireworks at a Great Grizzly store in Forest Park, Cartersville, Noonan, or Grayson. And do it soon because this year Great Grizzly is giving you a chance to win a $5,000 fireworks prize pack. Sign up today and register to win at fireworks365.com/fan.
No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older to enter. Winner will be selected on Friday, July 5th, 2024, and will be responsible for picking up their prize.
Tax season can be stressful, but it's also a wake-up call. It's time to think beyond April and plan for your future. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we're not just advisors. We're your partners in building a secure retirement. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we understand the challenges Georgians face. That's why we offer personalized strategies to maximize your retirement income, minimize taxes, and ensure you never outlive your assets. Join the Master Plan family and let us guide you through every financial milestone. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your appointment today. Master Plan Retirement Consultants, where your journey and destination are both important. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Support conservative conversation on the radio in Atlanta by emailing us at sales@xtra1063.com.
Doug Rhino and Los on the Morning Xtra and Xtra 1063. Have y'all been watching any of the Olympic trials? And are you interested in the Olympics? Because
I am.
I am too. I was late to the party. My parents didn't watch the Olympics much. We all cheered Team USA and Team USA t-shirts, but we didn't watch them growing up. Now my wife's so into it, I've become really into it.
That's who it's built for.
Yeah. I haven't watched it yet at all. I haven't watched any of the trials or anything yet, but I will watch the Summer Olympics. I love the Winter Olympics a lot more, so I do tend to watch a lot of those trials. And this is just, I don't know, I've kind of fallen out of that love of the Olympics because it has become political in a way.
Yeah,
but I do not want to miss some of the big events.
So here's the big baby in me. I don't care about medaling. I don't care who wins gold, silver, bronze.
Yeah.
I get a much bigger kick out of who makes the team.
Yeah.
Because there's something about the idea that you're going to be an Olympian, that you worked all this time, and now you get to be part of this fraternity that for the rest of your life, you are an Olympian.
That's cool, man.
Yeah. Like, that's cool.
That is cool.
Yeah, but you know what? Like, it's weird because when I was working with Home Depot in like 90s, and you had the Olympics, a lot of the athletes came to Atlanta to work at Home Depot because they had a program that while they're staying here, they can make money. Yeah, it was awesome.
Hearing about it, I didn't work there, but
I ended up getting 2 athletes in my departments that I was able to. And they just didn't even care they were Olympians, which really made me mad. I have 2 other friends that won medals in Olympics on the track team that I played softball with. And they're just like, yeah, it was pretty cool. I'm like, no, I need more. I need more. Like, this is one of the biggest things. Like, you
humble,
represented our country. Why are you so humble?
And again, I love the Olympics.
Yeah.
But the reason why I do pay attention to a certain extent to the trials is just the idea of the people that make the team, and most of them, they are our best that we have in the field. But some of them are not obviously world quality. Like this person's not going to go for a gold medal, but just the fact that they get to compete with the best in the world is so cool.
It is. I love the story of it.
Al Michaels is coming back for NBC's Olympic coverage. Sorta. Is exactly right. Freaking AI-generated version of Al Michaels will give you Olympic updates on Peacock for subscribers, and it'll be customized for the sports that you care about.
Foley exploits it. Stuffed as Brandon Graham is able to get in there. Spearheaded by Wentz, still looking for that tight end. So they work the middle, but not deep enough. Right in his face. Hunter got in there, and I think just got a piece.
You disparaged Al Michaels. You went through that entire you lured me into Olympic talk just so you could then drop in AI Al Michaels. I feel like I've been assaulted.
Look, I've been aggressive. I feel aggressive this morning. I was coming in just all the dirtiest things from
man is a legend.
No, I know he's terrific. I love, but I don't know how this AI thing's gonna work. To be honest with you, I mean. I guess Al Michaels originally was skeptical. He's like, no, I don't want y'all to do this. And then he heard it. Yeah, and then he heard it, and then he was like, okay, I'm in.
He's like, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, and it is, dude. It's like the stuff that you've done with Drunk Kimmer and Bortz and, like crazy Bortz.
Well, the idea that you can have highlight packages and that you're basically only having to ask the AI, the computer, here, voice this highlight package, and Al Michaels is going to get credit for it. Even though he's not having to actually do it.
I mean, There are two sides to this now, because now NBC can say, well, Al Michaels gave us his go-ahead, so we can get rid of all live sportscasters. So Al Michaels has already made his career, already made his money. Anybody up and coming should be concerned about this.
How much?
I think we need to really start paying attention to the fact that a lot of people in this industry, in the entertainment industry, will lose their jobs, lose their creative rights to their own selves.
A lot of record labels across the country, not just country music, but in pop and rock, have signed contracts with their artists and have bought the rights to their voice, copyrighted it, and then given it to the artists.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's something that we all probably need to think about doing that.
Yeah, I mean, sportscasters should really pay attention to what's happening during the Olympics, because a lot of these people will be out of a job.
What would you sell your voice for?
Oh, it has to be life-changing at this point. To sell my voice and take away a career from me, I mean, if they were to put us on here and make us AI, you better be paying me at least $20 to $30 million so I could
They'll do
make
what
some
they
money
did
out.
to Scarlett Johansson. They just make it close.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? It was like, I don't know. It's an odd line to walk.
I think that if you're telling me that you're giving some sort of news, you're giving some sort of weather, some sort of traffic, those sort of things, you can generate an AI voice and do it. And at that point, okay, we just have somebody who writes a script. Here's what it is, and that's done. It's a little bit different in the talk format, in the comedy format, just because there's something that it requires a soul to it.
Yeah, I don't know. George Carlin AI was pretty
impressive, though.
Exactly what I'm saying, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it was really good. So,
and it's going to get better.
Oh,
they're going to develop it.
It's the tip of the iceberg,
Yeah.
man. Dude, it is going to be so good. It is. Look, Elon Musk said...
Can't wait till AI Tug goes down in the battery like Terminator and takes care of everybody, though.
That's right, man. I'll be back. Or if it's like me, it would be like, hey, y'all, I'll be right back.
Hey, y'all, I'll be right back. Bang, bang.
That's right. I'm going to go kill a bunch of people. I'll be right back.
You gone. G-O-M-E gone. Bam, bam.
That's right. That's the funniest, man. Reminds me of my Uncle Bob. God rest his soul. And your buddy. Who was your buddy that said it? Who was your buddy that said it?
My friend Drew.
Yes, Drew. God bless Drew. Rex is on the phone at 404-741-1230 talking about the debate tonight that you can hear on Extra 106.3 live from downtown Atlanta. Live on Extra. Rex, what's on your mind, bud?
Good morning, guys. I love the show.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for putting me on. All right, I need you to talk me off the ledge. Am I crazy because I want Crooked Joe to do okay in this debate, and here's why he needs to do so and stay the Democratic choice? I fear if he gets spanked, the Dems will pull the old bait and switch at the convention. Think about it. He gives the speech, blah, blah, blah. I have righted the ship. It's time for the new young generation to take the wheel. And one person scares me in all of that. And if you think about it, who is from Chicago, happens to be an American of African descent, and a female? That would be Michelle Obama.
I've been saying it a long time.
One part we're a little off on.
Yeah. The she part.
So goes the comedy, Rex. So goes the comedy. No, Rex, thank you for the call. Let me talk you off the ledge.
Mike is a dangerous candidate.
Watch out.
Let me talk you a little bit off the ledge, because we have discussed it on this program over the last several days, and I firmly believe it to be true. This is as much about Joe Biden versus the rest of the Democrats as it is Joe Biden versus President Trump. He is having to show that he has the mental capacity in order to run a campaign for the next several months in the hopes of, I secured the power, I got the job back, and eventually it's going to go to somebody else, maybe Kamala Harris or some other puppet.
It's definitely
that's the game. That's entirely what's being played tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be played. Yeah, I understand Rex's, because a lot of people, even Clay Travis, is worried about this, and he talked about it yesterday as well. And I get it. I just don't see. Listen, Michelle Obama, as much as she is good and she will energize a lot of them, I think it's too late, and I don't think she jumps into this race at all. I don't think she wants to be a part of this. There are others, but I think they've already burned their bench. There's no way they're going to be able to bring anybody up. Gretchen Whitmer would have been in their second choice, and that's somebody who they're going to develop. I'm telling you right now, your Westmore out of Baltimore, that's the next guy up. But I think Carlos is absolutely right. They want him to do just well enough to be able to, hopefully, because I think they've already written off that they can win this presidency, but if they do, and they cheat hard enough, He goes away regardless, and she becomes Madame President. They're not moving away from Harris at this point. She's too malleable.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think Joe's going to be the candidate. I don't care how he performs or what he does. I think he will remain the candidate. I will stand by my statement that I've made for the last 6 months. If Michelle Obama runs, I don't care when she gets in, she wins. Period.
I think that the only way you have a
In my
problem,
opinion.
the only way you have a problem with Joe tonight, because I think you're just going to get him talking about platitudes, and he's been, off-site, out of the White House, getting his treatment. Because remember, you don't have to notate what doctors are coming to see them as long as you're not in the White House. You can do this over in Delaware and do it all day long. He's memorizing all the lines he's going to do, unless that man defecates himself clearly on television or just suddenly starts pulling his tie off because damn, these methamphetamines are so hot.
He starts stripping
I'm
down.
sweating.
I think he'll be totally fine.
Yeah, listen.
I think it's going to be okay.
No matter what, this debate is all up to Donald Trump's to lose. That's what this is.
I think
Can
that's
Donald Trump
I think you're
keep
right.
his cool? Because no matter what, if Biden does well enough, he's not going to get out there and be great. Okay? He will do well enough, and the media will say, oh, he did much better than the Republicans ever thought he would, blah, blah, blah. But that doesn't change the mind.
We told you he was fine.
Yeah, but that doesn't change the mind of everybody else who's seen every other footage. Just because he shows up hyped up on drugs, whether it is drugs or not, doesn't matter. They will not get past the fact that he's old. You can look at him and see he's old. You can't hop up movements. His hands aren't going to move.
That's right.
You can't hop up
shuffle.
dead eyes. Yeah, this is Donald Trump's to lose. That's it tonight.
I think that is a very good analysis, and I agree with you 100%. Morning Extra at Extra 106.3. Who is Donald Trump's VP pick? Who cares? 82% of Republicans.
What is wrong with people?
82% of Republicans do not care who it is. The only caveat that I'll throw out there, and it's something that we've discussed over and over and at length, is you want it to be the right person only because the 8 years behind Donald Trump, because he's only got 4.
Yeah.
That's the only reason to care. Outside of that, who cares? It just doesn't matter. I mean, the VP is usually, the VP is who is going to hurt me the least.
I've never cared about a VP pick, to
Me
be honest.
either.
I've
Me
never,
either.
ever cared about a VP pick. I understand the importance of 8 years down the road, but even then, Ron DeSantis isn't going to be the VP pick. I'd like to see DeSantis run for it and get, the 8 years at that point. This is a 4-year appointment. This is somebody who's there to keep peace. Kamala Harris is a VP. She means nothing. She doesn't do anything. Dan Quayle was a VP that really did nothing. A lot of the VPs, except for maybe a George Bush who came off of Reagan, that was what we kind of want. I don't think we have that. Doug Burgum is not going to be president for 8 years. He can't win an election. So even if he is a VP pick, it doesn't matter to me.
So 90% of me is right there with Rhino. Everything he just told you, 90% of me, you could have Big Bird as VP. I'm still going to vote for Donald Trump. You could be like, look, I'd like to introduce you to Beelzebub. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to think about it for a second. Yes, I'm still voting for Donald Trump. So let me just say it that way, okay?
Trump and the devil.
There's a 10%, though, where I clearly say, I got a 78-year-old man, and I'm also thinking about 8 years.
Yeah.
I'm also thinking, because what we have, and we're so not used to this, it's so foreign to us, presidential elections basically start 2 years before the term ends. So we are going to be talking about in 2026, hey, who's running for president?
Yeah.
It happens that quickly.
Right. So out of this, because, going on that, because I understand that, especially if it was, but who would you want now? You got who you think. Who do you want as vice president? Who do you see 8 years down the road?
See, and that's the difficulty that we've had about this. I think we've been very honest about it. You're going to have to make a selection as much as I would tout the horn for Vivek Ramaswamy. I would love that to happen.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you do realize you do have to lock in some members of the establishment Republicans. And so you're trying to kind of find the right one that doesn't curtail what your agenda is going to be.
Yeah, because J.D. Vance has to be out. You can't take a Senate seat away. Sorry, you just can't. You can't do that. It's too tight right now. You're not going to win it back. So that's gone. I don't care what anybody says about that. Tim Scott, same thing. It's a very, very questionable, pick because you do want to hold on to your seats that you already do have.
And then and not that she's under consideration, but when people bring up Nikki Haley and everyone says, oh my God, I can't believe it. it's establishment Republican, and it helps with suburban women.
Yep, it does.
And that's kind of that game you're having to play right now.
But that's a delicate balance.
But would you want her 8 years?
No.
Exactly.
And that's the other end of it. But I think that's going to be that weird place. It's like, I know they're going to have to go and find somebody establishment. There's a reason why Donald Trump keeps pushing establishment Republicans. He's trying to line out clearly many more allies than he had the first time around. At the same time, like I said, I don't care who it's going to be. I'm going to vote for him anyway, but that's now 2 years, and that becomes a Republican frontrunner.
Yeah.
Does the dynamic change, though? Because I feel like it might. With the country shifting more conservative and the world shifting more conservative, does that open the door for a Vivek Ramaswamy? Because he's very conservative. And as the country trends that way, as it seems like it is, then it doesn't seem like such a lightning bolt character.
One word, and Rhino, you run with this. Outsiders.
Yeah, that's the...
Well, he is.
And that's exactly...
Yeah.
I mean, I love it. I want the outsider. But then you got two outsiders, and you're not shoring up your establishment like Carlos says. Doug Burgum's your safe pick. It really is.
And I like Doug Burgum a lot, but
I love Byron Scott.
But to your point, though...
I'm sorry, Byron Donalds.
Right, yeah, me too. Right. Byron Scott likes him, too.
I love Byron Scott, too. He's a great player.
Great player.
But Byron Donalds is somebody I love, but Florida's already wrapped up. Okay,
Yeah.
Democrats aren't going to win Florida. You don't need him. I love Vivek. I do. They're not ready for him. He's got to be groomed. I love him. I think he'd be a perfect pick. It's just too much. Look, it's like Marjorie Taylor Greene. You don't put her on that ticket either.
I think he's so more eloquent in his delivery.
Of course he is. But he still riles up that whole government, and that's a big threat to a lot of the people. I don't know why. Vivek would be the perfect person for me. I would love the outsiders.
It's not going to be.
But you got to be safe with Doug.
It's not going to be Vivek.
Yeah, you got to be safe down.
Here's my chief of staff. Everyone meet Mr. Ramaswamy.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
He'll definitely have a position. He's in a cabinet position.
No question. And look, I hope it is in a...
Put him in charge of the Department of Education and go, this is a waste.
Yeah. Cut
me and this stupid
department. Exactly right. I don't need the job. I don't need the money. We're cutting this department. What else do you need me to do, Mr. Trump?
Yeah.
Next. What's the next one?
Treasury Secretary? Got it.
Yeah, got it fixed. What outlet, what other department do you need cut? Because that's where I want you to put me next.
That's it. I'm the new FBI director?
Gone. Gone.
He just eliminates his own job every time.
Absolutely. It would become a comedy routine. He hires himself to fire himself.
I'd like to introduce you to my new position that I'm getting rid of next week.
That's exactly right. I'm going to take it down like the Titanic.
Yeah, I'm the Department of Health.
Gone. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. We will close out the show with Protecting Justice. It's an interesting skit that I want you to hear, and it'll get you to thinking. Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 until 10. The Kimmer Show this afternoon, live from 3 until 6. And then at 9, live from downtown Atlanta, live on Extra 106.3, the debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden here on Extra 106.3.
Atlanta radio legends collide on Extra 106.3. The legend Neil Bortz is live every week with Atlanta legend The Kimmer. Because when you get these two guys together, who knows where we'll end up?
I am shocked. Well, not that shocked.
The Kimmer is live on your drive home every weekday afternoon from 3 to 6. And now Neil Bortz joins this show every week. And if you miss it, catch up anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Foundation repair isn't pretty, but at Atlanta Ramjack, we make it easy. If you notice any cracks in your foundation, they need to be addressed as soon as possible to reduce additional costs that come with the repair. Why call us? Foundation repair is all we do. We have highly trained estimators that will thoroughly evaluate your home and only recommend what is needed. If you are experiencing foundation problems, please contact us at ramjack.com/Atlanta or call us at 770-502-8881.
Have you considered securing your family's future? Protecting your hard-earned assets? Navigating complex legal matters with ease? Nelson Elder Care Law is here to guide and empower you and your loved ones. As a family-owned and family-focused business, our mission is to exceed your expectations, offering absolute assurance and peace of mind. With our trademark Absolute Protection Trust and expertise in customized estate planning, Medicaid crisis solutions, probate administration, guardianship, and conservatorship, Nelson Elder Care Law protects what matters most to you. Imagine a team dedicated to safeguarding your legacy every step of the way. Our flat fees ensure transparency, and our customized plans prioritize your family's specific needs. Are you worried about protecting your family and your legacy after you're gone? Let us help you ensure you're absolutely protected from whatever curveballs life may throw your way. Schedule a complimentary legacy planning meeting with our legal team in Marietta or Woodstock today. Contact us at 678-250-9355 or visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com.
The warm air, the beautiful weather, and the sounds of baseball. It's got you thinking about hitting the road. And no matter where your adventures take you, Subaru of Gwinnett has a vehicle to get you there safely and in style. Like the 2024 Subaru Outback, which will take you as far as you want to explore. With standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, plus up to 32 miles per gallon. And if you're up for adventure, it'll get you off the beaten path with up to 9.5 inches of ground clearance, more than the Honda CR-V or Toyota RAV4. Or the 2024 Subaru Forester, the SUV for all you love. It's the right size SUV for all the adventures ahead, with a spacious and comfortable interior for everyone you want to bring along. No matter where adventure takes you, it starts on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth with the amazing staff at Subaru of Gwinnett. They'll help you find the Subaru that you'll love and be there every step of the way for everything you need. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
Neil Borch here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, CPAPs.com.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Tonight, Atlanta is the center of the political universe as Donald Trump and Joe Biden go head-to-head in the first presidential debate. Live on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
Don't ever use the word smart with me.
Oh, give me a break.
Because you know what? There's nothing smart about you, Joe.
Okay.
This is a can't-miss event, and Xtra brings it to you live starting at 9 p.m. Trump and Biden in the first debate of the election. Live on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra 106.3 app.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra until 10. Final segment before we get to the Glenn Beck program. After Beck, Clay and Buck from noon to 3, 3 to 6, the local afternoon show with the Kimmer. And then tonight at 9, live from downtown, live on Xtra 106.3, the debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Hear it here on Xtra.
How long till the pro-terrorist groups just disrupt all that traffic as well?
Oh, that's happening.
Cause problems.
That is happening ASAP.
It's probably already happening, right?
They're formulating the plan right now. Or implementing. Maybe implementing would be better than formulating. They probably already formulated it. Yeah, it just, it's going to be chaotic.
This is going to be a complete disaster for the city of Atlanta. I have a really bad feeling about it.
Yeah.
Not like anything bad's going. Oh, gosh, I hope nothing bad happens.
Yeah, sure.
I'm just saying the congestion, with the
it's gonna be tough.
terrorist groups blocking streets, the police blocking the highways, the rolling road blocks,
for sure.
and then a Copa America.
Which my son is going to. You're going to be down there in that chaos.
Him and 80,000 other people, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Ooh. Haven't we gotten beyond, like, standing on the highways and making sure nobody gets by?
No.
Obviously
not. Here.
That's the one thing. Look, you can protest all you want on the side of the road. You can say anything.
Totally cool with it.
You get in the way,
except that
you deserve to be run over.
You're jaywalking. It's against the law, right?
Yeah, run over. I don't
want to run anybody over. If you do get run over, that's bad. I would like for people to shoot pepper balls at their faces.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, there needs to be some sort of mechanism to make it less enticing to do.
Yeah,
because it is. That's the only thing that pisses me right off.
It really does. Like I've
never even had it happen to me, But when I see
would you drag someone out from your car, like move them to the side and go?
So, yeah.
Yeah?
I would, yeah.
Then you bite them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got rabies.
That'd be good. Or you could eat some of those quick trip sausage, egg, and cheese biscuits like I did. Get out of your car and just rip some air down the side.
Yeah, that might
be like, yeah, now you'll get up, won't you?
Yeah, exactly. Because you said
Joe tried to leave the studio earlier when I walked in there. See, I care about you guys more than I do
God
him.
bless you.
I walked out of here right in there with that.
You care about justice. That's what you care about. And justice was served.
That's true.
I want to tell you, I want to play this for you. It's just a little over a minute and a half. And it is a person that is a professor at a college. It seems to be somewhere, I don't know, it's definitely not in the United States, but I think it is so profound what he's saying. And it's exactly what college is supposed to be, not what college, at least at many colleges, have become, where they teach you what to think, not how to think. This guy is a how to think professor. He starts, I'm going to kind of set it up. He's targeted one person, and he just kicks him out of the class for no reason whatsoever.
You there, second desk, blue jacket. What is your name?
My name is Alexis.
Alexis, please leave my lecture room. I don't want to see you at one of my lectures ever again.
I don't understand.
I am not going to ask a second time. Thank you. Why are there laws? What are laws for? Anyone? Justice? Thank you. Tell me, was I unfair to your classmate just now? Indeed I was. So why didn't any of you protest? Why didn't any of you try and stop me? Why didn't you want to prevent this injustice? You see, what you have just learnt, you wouldn't have understood in 1,000 hours of lectures unless you lived it. You didn't say anything because you weren't affected yourself. And this attitude speaks against you and against life. You think it doesn't concern you, so it's none of your business. Well, I'm here to say, if you don't help bring about justice, then one day you too may experience injustice, and there will be nobody there to stand before you. Truth and justice lives through us all, and we must fight for it. Because in life and work, we often live next to each other, but not with each other. We console ourselves that the problems of others are nothing to do with us, none of our business. And we go home glad at night that we're spared, but it's about standing up for each other. Every day an injustice happens in business, sport, or on the tram. Relying on someone else to take care of it is not good enough. It is our duty to be there for others, to speak up for others when they cannot. I am here to teach you the power of your voice. I want you to learn critical thinking to empower you to stand up for what is right, even if it means going against what everyone else is doing.
Dude, that is exactly what college is supposed to be and is not.
Ideally.
Yeah.
Ideally,
right. But it's not. That's not what's happening. It's you will go protest this because I'm telling you to, not because you think there's some sort of injustice. I'm telling you there's injustice, not because you've experienced it.
Right. You're going off. That's why I'm so concerned about the Democrats who are celebrating the Supreme Court's ruling yesterday of, hey, yeah, it doesn't affect me. They're shutting up the guy who said wear a mask. They're shutting up the guy who said try ivermectin. They're shutting up the guy who said vaccines don't work. They're not coming after me. But they just set the precedent that now they can. Because when Donald Trump wins, now all of a sudden it's going to affect you. You just didn't see it coming, did you?
Well, 1930s Germany was so foreign to everyone. And there are times in history where you go, wow, okay, I saw how that really played out. Like the idea that you would take portions of society and visit so huge injustices on them, and yet a lot of people just didn't say anything. They just kind of went along with it. Mm-hmm. Well, we had the same thing play out from 2020 to 2022, where you actually had a large part of the Democrat Party, because I still remember some of the numbers on it, where 49% of respondents said you should take my children away if I don't get a shot.
Yeah, this is the dumbest thing in the history of the world.
They should put me in a camp.
That's so dumb.
But you wonder how that fervor occurs, and that's exactly what that professor is telling you. It said, if you don't say anything when you see something, then when it's visited on you, there will be no one to say anything.
Right. And it's funny, have you seen the picture? I know y'all have seen it, but that whole thing reminds me of the picture. And it's in World War II era Germany, Hitler's giving the speech.
Germany.
Yeah, everybody's doing the Heil Hitler sign except the one guy who has his arms crossed.
Like,
he's like, this is not for me, man. This is not right. This is an injustice. This is wrong. Be that one guy.
Yeah, how that? Hopefully, it worked out okay for that guy.
Yeah, I you know what?
But
I would rather die.
Me too.
Doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Than live with the guilt of accepting whatever that nonsense, that evil that was portrayed upon mankind was.
Well, but you know what was so important about Nuremberg? Nuremberg, why it was so important, it was to show the world what the Nazis had done, because in large part, the world didn't know.
Yeah, the propaganda it showed you would paint it a different.
It would paint it completely differently.
Yeah.
It took American filmmakers to show you what went on in these camps. And that's the reason why it then became, the place where we went to punish these people. We haven't had any punishment for how anybody's acted the last 4 years, and we won't.
No, we won't have any kind of punishment for COVID-19 and all the things that were happening. No, of course not. We won't have any punishment for the people who are doing that Nazi-like pro-terrorist group and attacking Jews and not allowing
Alvin
them
Bragg
to
dropped the charges?
Yeah.
I mean, we actually had... And this was a couple of weeks ago from Crazy Twitter Person. You actually had when you had Anthony Fauci, who went and testified in front of Congress again, and he just ran circles around these people because they didn't know what they were getting into. By the time he got off that stand, and we all said, this is a maniacal little evil man, and here's what he's responsible for, because he's a deity to the left, they immediately were like, well, who cares where COVID came from?
Yeah,
it's like, wait a minute. I was like, haven't we pretty much proven that it came from a lab? Because here are the tall tale signs of the reasons why. And it was, well, that's too bad.
They dismiss it because it's not of their politics.
It's not of their deity.
Yeah, their deity didn't tell them, so they dismiss it as unimportant, which is absurd. But, yeah, be the one that does the right thing. Be the one guy standing with your arms crossed saying, that's not for me, man. I don't care what y'all do. I'm not doing that.
Yep.
Morning Extra at Extra 106.3 tonight. Live from Atlanta, live on Extra 106.3. Make sure you listen to the debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden here on Extra. We'll talk about it all tomorrow morning, and I hope you'll join us for it. 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution. For over 20 years, they've been doing it for Metro Atlanta and the entire Southeast. They can make your home exactly the way you want it. The envy of the neighborhood. They can do it. 8779 Southern, southernexteriors.co. We're going to turn this thing over to the Glenn Beck program for Rhino and Los, Board Up Goey, Virgin River, and intern Andrew. I'm Tug. Y'all come back now. You hear?
Shannon Burke is back on the air in Atlanta. Well, sort of. He's live on the Kimmer Show.
I really believe that this is an effort to push Facebook and Instagram. They won't be able to push X around, but Facebook and Instagram and to censor anything that looks like he's wandering off or falling or slipping and instantly calling it a cheap fake or a deep fake, whatever.
It's the 51 guys on the letter all over.